I will say some words about our organizations just in a minute. It's a real great pleasure and an honor to have the opportunity to speak to you today. And I know that this is a real special day for Kenya. Today, the country honors its heroes, the men and women who fought against suppression and for freedom and for human rights for the Kenyan people, and finally succeeded to overcome the colonial suppressors. So this was a great achievement, and I think it's really worthwhile to remember these great men and women who fought this fight. However, the job of courageous men and women to fight for freedom and democracy is never over. And this, it's not something that is just a piece for the history books in Kenya. When you look at other parts of the world at the moment, this fight is still going on. And I just want to mention Ukraine at the moment. There are courageous men and women fighting for the independence of their country at the moment. And I think we should also think of them, what they are going through at the moment. The world always needs men and women that are ready to take risks and that are even ready to sacrifice their lives for the rights of their people. And we can see that any time in the history. And even in countries like Kenya today, or my home country, Germany, we should never take democracy and freedom for granted. It's not. Freedom and democracy and the strong democratic institutions are vulnerable, and they are only as strong as the communities that are willing to fight for them. FNF, Friedrich Naumann Foundation, the foundation I work for, is a so-called political foundation. We are associated with the Liberal Party in German Parliament, and we share the same values, liberal values. What does that mean? First of all, we believe in the freedom of the individual, in the ability for every individual to take responsibility for his own life and for its community. And we have about 40 offices worldwide where we try to promote different aspects of this freedom. So politically, we believe in democracy. We believe in good governance and especially in the rule of law. Laws should be there to protect the rights of the individuals and especially the rights of minorities. And there should be nobody above the law. The law is there to protect every individual, especially the weak individuals. Economically, we believe in free trade and free markets, open markets. And that does not mean brutal capitalism. We think that an open market system should always go together with social security. So social security should be there to support those who are not able to support themselves. And last but not least, we believe in human rights and the need to defend human rights wherever they are in danger. Therefore, we are so proud to be here today and to support this Freedom Café and the discussion on the role of human rights defenders for the Kenyan democracy. It's one thing to be proud of the past, but it's as important to look ahead and to see how this democracy is developing and which important role human rights defenders have for that. So I wish you an interesting debate now, and after that, a wonderful concert. Thank you for being here with us. Jay.
Thank you so much. DJ. The next speaker I'm going to introduce, she is the director, Chapter 4. Her name is Madam Jerry Kabeberi. Please welcome on stage. Makofi kwake anapokuja tafadhali, eh? So DJ, nipe music. Madam Jerry. celebrate you once again. Thank you very much. Jerry Kabeberi, Director, Chapter 4. Thank you so much. Next, please allow me to introduce Kepta Ombati. Please, Kepta, where are you? I've seen Kepta somewhere. These are all my mentors. Every time I call Kepta, every time I call Jerry, the guys who mentored me. So Kepta, welcome on stage. Kepta will introduce the panel, and there will be panelists who are here just to come on stage. Karibu sana Kepta.
Kwa heshima na taadhima, dereva wa sherehe hizi zote, Mheshimiwa 00K0, nashukuru sana kwa hii nafasi na kupongeza. Na ningependa tu kidogo kuomba tukushabikie kwa sababu umetuanzishia mchakato wa leo kwa njia nzuri sana. Can we put our hands together please for our MC? And can we put our hands together for yourselves? I can't hear that. I can't hear the hand clap. Okay, we are nearly there. Can you appreciate your neighbor? Thanks very much. I just want to make a slight request. I just want us to be upstanding for a minute of silence in remembrance of all those heroes, HRDs, who've gone before us. Could you please do that? Thanks very much. You may resume your seats. My responsibility is very simple. First of all, I'd like to know whether we all have our copies of the program. Do you all have a copy of the program? If we don't, please put up your hand so that you can get a copy. Secondly, is to remind you that we have two parts to this year's Mashujaa Festival. So the first part is what I will be helping provide the guidance for, but we have our second part. If I were to ask you a very quick question, do you know why we are here? Those who have an idea why we are here? Those who have some vague idea? Those who are completely clueless? Those who don't have hands? You are not raising your hand at all? But let me remind you, we are here for three important reasons. Number one is to celebrate all the HRDs, all the human rights defenders, the freedom fighters, all those who have made it possible for us to meet and to enjoy in freedom the benefits of a free society. And Stefan talked to that. So celebrating past heroes, but also the current heroes and sheroes. The second purpose is to have an opportunity to reflect. Look at our successes, look at the challenges, and perhaps appreciate what we've collectively or individually done together. The third one is to recommit, to reconnect, re-energize, and redirect ourselves to the challenges that are ahead of us. Are we together? Those three, yeah? So this particular session is going to focus more on the last two. Reflections, learnings, and then redirecting ourselves into the future. The part of celebration is what will come after this session. Now, I want also to run this, I want to run a tight ship. We had only 1 hour for this session, and I hope that we can be able to complete it within that time frame. Now, I just want to introduce our panelists who are going to help frame our discussion in this Freedom Cafe. This is the third cafe. It's a little bit unique, it's special because of the occasion. Normally, we run it differently. But for this particular one, we're going to have our lead panelist who is already here. And we have 3 other panelists, and now I'm going to ask them to come up here. If you could step up here, James Omondi, otherwise known as Alamans, Rachel Mwikali, also known as Mwix, and Otieno Namwaya. Can we appreciate them as they step forward? Mbona tuna uchoyo wa makofi? Thanks a lot. We're here to enjoy, to have fun. And for sure, we are going to do that. So we're going to begin. I shall introduce them as they take the mic. I'll begin with... I'm just changing this a little bit. To save on time, I'll introduce them up front. Then I don't have to introduce them as they step forward. So first of all, James Omondi Alamans. James Omondi was born and raised in Dandora. And he is part of one of the most vibrant grassroots human rights movements, the social justice movement, which is constituted by social justice centers across Kenya. There are a total of 52 social justice centers. He is the administrator of the Dandora Community Justice Center. And Alamans is also the convener of the Wellness Committee of that movement. And in that capacity, he spends a lot of his time worried or concerned about the well-being of human rights defenders and members of the movement. The second panelist is Rachel Mwikali. Rachel was born and raised in Mathare, which is, as we all know, is an informal settlement. And her journey into this space was motivated and inspired by the fact of her place of birth and the challenges that the communities in informal settlements in major urban centers go through. But Rachel is also very passionate about women's rights, and she is also a strong advocate and one of the leaders amongst the strong feminists who occupy this space. And you'll get to hear a lot more about her work. Rachel also is the leader of the coalition of grassroots human rights defenders. And she also called one of the biggest challenge for Kenya and across the region. He was involved in the process that led to peace after the 2007-2008 post-election violence. He was a researcher, monitored the process, and therefore he has a wealth of experience and knowledge. And therefore we'll be expecting him to dig into that treasure trove of history to inform us in our current reflections. But I must also add that he is a journalist of repute. Otieno was both a journalist and an editor of the two leading newspapers in this country. That is the East African Standard and the Nation Daily. And before that, he was one of the most radical, most conscientious student leaders in this country. Finally, our lead presenter, Njeri Kabeberi. I think Njeri Kabeberi is not new, if not to all of us, to most of us. She's an award-winning human rights defender, one of those who've done extraordinarily more in the struggle for the liberation of this country over the decades. Currently, she's as you are informed, she's the executive director of Chapter 4 Institute. But previously, some of us might remember from our work as the executive director of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy. And before that, she was very much involved with the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy. She's been also a director in charge of Eastern Africa and Southern Africa at Amnesty International. Before taking over our role at Chapter 4, she was the executive director of Greenpeace Africa. And before that, she was in the trenches fighting for the second liberation, both in the underground movement of the 80s and the constitutional or the Katiba revolt of the 1990s. First, within 4Cs, Citizens Coalition for Constitutional Change, and eventually through the NCA, NCEC, which brought together civil society, political parties, religious groups, and so on, that helped break the Moi Kanu autocracy and open up the country to negotiating a new social contract. So again, Njeri has a tome of experience, knowledge, and insights, which I believe will enrich our engagement. Once this panel here makes their presentations, we are going to open up this conversation so that all of us can also bring our experiences. Is that a good plan? Is that a good plan? Do you hear me? And I want to appreciate each of you, very especially. I know here we have human rights defenders, we have activists, we have creatives. We also have special guests from universities. We have Tangaza University College. Are we here? Are we here? Brother Dr. Jonas, and very good. So, without any further ado, please join me in welcoming our first presenter, Njeri Kabeberi, to the podium. Can we appreciate her one more time? Thanks a lot. Welcome, Njeri.
Thank you so much, Kepta. From that introduction, I really sound archaic, and I'm happy that there is a mother there who is 96 years old, who is 92 years old, so that she will make some of us not look as archaic as Kepta made it sound. And maybe just to give you an idea of how long I have been in the human rights struggle, my son was 3 years old when I joined the Mothers of Political Prisoners at Freedom Corner. He's today 34, so you can do your math. and see how long that is. It's been a while, and sometimes we even forget how long we've been in this struggle, because every struggle looks fresh, and it sounds as if it is something new that we are participating in. Are you going to? So as I start, there are a number of questions I want you to think through, even as you listen to the speakers here. Did you know the Bill of Rights, anchored under Chapter 4 of the Kenya Constitution, is the core pillar of our Constitution? Did you know it is the core pillar? It is there. We have Chapter 1 on sovereignty. We have Chapter 11. We have Chapter what on devolution. We have all those chapters. But did you know that all those chapters are there to support Chapter 4, the enjoyment of human rights? If you're a human rights defender and you do not know that, that is some homework for you. Please go and really understand Chapter 4 of the bill, which is the Bill of Rights of our Constitution, because that's the only reason we have a new Constitution. We wouldn't have had to fight so hard for a new Constitution if it wasn't necessary to have something so strong that anchors who we are and what we are. And my next question is, if not, okay, my next question is, do you know that all sovereign power, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya? Did you know that? Did you know? But how come I don't see it in action? If we know that, how come we don't see that in action? All, not one, not two, not 20, not 100. All sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. Okay, the next one. Did you know that the Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic of Kenya? I'm sure everybody knows that one. Did you know that elections, politics, and government is a human rights issue? Did you know that when you go for elections, you are actually enjoying and participating in a human rights activity? Or you think politics is separate and human rights workers and human rights defenders are separate? This has been fairly misunderstood by a majority of human rights defenders. We think politics is for politicians, and human rights defenders should do our work as human rights defenders minus politics. And that is why we are struggling to enjoy the rights that are in this country for too long. We are struggling for too long. We should have already been enjoying so much since 2010. But because we have separated these issues, our enjoyment has also been postponed. So those are questions to think about. And now I start my presentation. I hope I'm still within the time given. According to the forecasted figures of the World Population Review, the eligible voters in Kenya for 2022 were approximately 29,789,000. 29 million. And according to the IEBC, of these, 22,120,000 registered, which is approximately 74%. Despite the high number of these eligible voters, 22 million, only 14 million plus. You know, now because of the election dispute and because of the point something something, we are not sure the exact number of those who voted, but if I worked with presidential votes and presidential results, 14,109,071 voted. 119,071 people voted. This number represents 47% of eligible voters and 63.8% of 47% of eligible voters and 63.8% of all registered voters. So 15,609,000 people did not vote. Over 15 million neither voted nor registered to vote. Over 15 million. And you can see the presidential candidates have been elected by 14 million. So what are we saying about the current election? We are actually in a minority. The government, whether it's in opposition, whether it is the president, the ones who won, are still a minority government because 15 million people did not vote in this country. Why? Why didn't 15 million people vote? They were eligible. There were opportunities to register. Why? And according to records right now, this is the lowest number of voters in the last 15 years. So despite our democracy going up, you know, participation is part of that democratic right. So if we don't participate, it means we have the rights, but we are underutilizing our rights. But what are the reasons? They say that maybe Kenyans lost trust, voter fatigue, the caliber of candidates, skewed demographics of candidates, which leads to questions like, did Kenyans trust the two main contenders? Because why was the voter turnout so low? Did we trust the two main contenders? Did Kenyans trust the IEBC? Are political parties trustworthy? I worked with them for 11 years. So I will not be answering that question. Somebody else can answer. Are political parties trustworthy? Are Kenyans finally tired of elections of personality rather than issues? Maybe. Maybe the young people are thinking, these are the issues we hear every day. Did fear of violence keep people away or dissuade them from voting? I happened to travel to a number of counties before the elections, training people on how to maintain peace. Thank God we have peace, so I can take a bit of credit, although I'm sure there are a lot of other things that come to play. But pastoralists in Marsabit, Mandera, Wajir, and Turkana, and also Garissa counties, said they couldn't register. There was drought. So there was hunger due to climate change related issues. And their cows, their cattle, did not have food. So they couldn't be bothered to go to the town or wherever the station was, and they instead chose to continue herding their cattle. So are we connected to our voters? They are busy herding cattle. They don't care whether there are elections or whether people are registering. So are we connected with our voters? And many other young people spend time online. Would they rather vote online instead of queuing for many hours? Maybe. That is why people didn't turn up. Maybe they are thinking, why can't they just allow me? Like, I think everybody here under 25 is probably still even online now or doing something. So are we in touch with our voters? Some are online, others are herding cattle. So are we connected? Is the IBC connected? And are we putting in place enough mechanisms to allow everyone to participate in elections? And then finally, the recycling of political leaders. No one in Kenya retires from politics. They have to be kicked out. Nobody retires. They wait to be kicked out. So are Kenyans tired of this? That same faces, same people. Are we tired of this? Or why are we not going out to vote? The choice of candidates remains skewed against youth and women. Is this another reason? Men all the time, and one youth, one spot of youth and one spot of woman. Is that also becoming boring? Do we want a variety of candidates? And if so, are we vying? And then there was a lot of poverty. People claimed during that time there's been a lot of poverty and a lot of unemployment, and therefore voters are unhappy. And if voters are unhappy, they think, what's the use of voting? Anyway, unfortunately, when voters refuse to exercise their national duty, it increases the likelihood of the few who do show up pursuing narrow interests. So most likely, those 15 million people are busy complaining more than the 14 million people about the election results. most likely. But they will continue to complain because they didn't go out there to vote and make a difference. So you will, when countries, Kenya and Australia, Argentina also, I was surprised. I knew about Australia. I didn't know about Argentina, but in searching, doing some research for this, I realized there are more countries, actually many more, but I picked those 5. So democracy is an experience that is lived differently, which comes in multiple forms of constant evolution. So democracy is not stagnant. It evolves, and we must be conscious of that evolvement. IDEA argues that there isn't a single and universally applicable model of democracy, and that there is no end point in improving democracy. So we shouldn't tire. And I know my grandmother there of Mau Mau probably thinks we haven't done enough. And that's why we should do more, because if they went to the forest to give us this freedom we are enjoying, kept even those of us who are underground and who brought the Constitution, is it enough considering how much the others gave? So we should think it is evolving, it is growing, and we must not stop. The direct relationship between democracy, elections, and human rights should therefore not be underrated. The full expression of the freedom of political will was first captured in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 in Article 21, where they argued everyone has the right to take part in the government of his country directly or through freely chosen representatives. And everyone should have equal access to public services. So my sister Rachel here from Mathare, is it really working that everyone has the right to equal access to public service? Public service, water, roads, hospitals, schools. The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This is all under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Then the Organization of African Unity in 1981 formed also what is called the Africa Charter on People and Human Rights. I'm saying these things to show that there is a history of human rights. There are documents we can go to and invoke legally. We can go to courts and say this, we are not being represented. We can go to our MPs, to our MCAs, to our governors and others and say, why are you not adhering to this? Because it's a right that we should enjoy. So in Article 13 of the Africa Africa Charter on People and Human Rights, it is talking about our participation in government and our right to access resources again, government resources and government services. And then Kenya's Bill of Rights, Article 38, brings home the political freedom and rights of individuals. It expounds on both the UDHR and the Banjul Charter, that is the Africa Charter. It was made in Banjul. And it expounds on them, forming political party, participating in activities, recruiting members of political parties, campaigning for a political cause. So every individual has this freedom. But a lot of us human rights defenders, when we see our own going into politics, we start to accuse them of being sellouts. Oh, why are they going into politics? Why are they in that party? It is their right. It says it is their right. This is our constitution. Every citizen has the right to free, fair, and regular elections. Any elective public body or office established in this constitution, you have a right to vie in it. Any office of any political party, you can be a member of any political party. I know because of ideologies, we think some parties are better than others, but in Kenya, no. I can tell you, I've worked with political parties in Kenya for 11 years. And they just circulate, they just move individuals. I'm sure Stefan would give us a very different image of political parties in Germany. In Kenya, individuals just shift. Today I'm in this party, tomorrow I'm in the other party. And we Kenyans fall for it, and we get very angry about it. about it when those people lose. But it's the same individual in a different party. Anyway, so just remember the rights, the political rights are there within our constitution, very, very deeply ingrained, including participation. So what then is the role of human rights defenders? Majority of human rights defenders in Kenya work in silos, specializing in addressing one or a few of the rights, for example, seeking to promote and protect political rights or the promotion, protection of realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. And dare I say also environmental rights. And I noticed you. Dare I say also environmental rights, which as Kepta said, that is an area I worked in my last job before joining Chapter 4. I was working with Greenpeace Africa, and we ignore these rights. Human rights defenders are not interested in environmental rights. And you have heard about the youths in Marsabit, Garissa, Mandera, who could not vote because of climate change. But we ignore these rights. We think they are not important. However, we must see all rights as indivisible and interdependent. Because if one right is not being enjoyed, going back to Marsabit and those counties, if they can't participate in elections because of climate change, then why are we ignoring climate change as human rights defenders? So IDEA propagates that the relationship between democracy and human rights is intricate, symbiotic, and mutually constitutive. Those are heavy words. But it's trying to show the depth and intricacy between us as human rights defenders, democracy, and elections. It is a close-knit relationship, but often we ignore it. We should have a rights-based approach, and that's why I'm happy that human rights defenders and Frederick Newman Foundation for Freedom have found it necessary to discuss the issue of democracy and elections and challenge, me, I'm challenging you because I'm one of you, and challenge human rights defenders. So in Kenya, elections are a vehicle with which all citizens freely have an opportunity. I say freely in quotes, because every 5 years we have the opportunity. And yes, because our law doesn't say so, 15 million of us can choose to keep out. Free and fair elections allow for the full expression of the political will of the people concerned and legitimizes the government in authority. So for example, if 15 million Kenyans today decided to stand in an uproar and say that the government in place is a minority government, they would be right, yes, because it is a minority government in terms of the votes, but they would be wrong because they had a right to participate and they didn't. So you have to look at all sides of the coin. There is Lukanami of the East Africa Standard who argues that the drop in numbers was blamed on lack of voter education, low interest of youths, reduced trust and confidence in the political system, poverty, youth unemployment, and you know, these things, people think about them more than elections. So my question is, or my statement is, so the freedom to participate does not necessarily translate into participation, and this is where we as human rights defenders are held accountable, or should hold ourselves accountable. There's freedom in our constitution to participate in elections, but people are not participating, so they are not enjoying that freedom, they are not exercising it. But we are freedom rights defenders here. And are we challenging them? Did we challenge them in this last election? So in my last point, my last statements, Kepta, are on invoking public participation. Invoking public participation. It is a right in our constitution. Public participation is defined. There is even an international organization, the International Association for Public Participation. So it is recognized here, but it is recognized internationally as the involvement of those affected by a decision in decision-making processes. Public participation encompasses a range of public involvement, from simply informing people about what parliaments are doing and in delegating decisions to public. How many of us go to the chief's barazas when they are called? That is the beginning of public participation at the very remote level of your county, of your ward. There is where big decisions like BBI are made, and you see all counties voting for BBI because we who are aware that BBI was wrong did not ignore that small remote public participation called by the chief of the area. One, we discarded the chief and thought, who is he to call us for a meeting? We discarded the MCA, and they almost passed the BBI because we human rights defenders were not interested in participating at those small levels. Now, elections is a major function of public participation and is a foundational principle of democracy. Elections, this is the biggest, open, freest opportunity to do public participation, and is premised that all citizens are equally entitled to have a say in decisions affecting their lives. Citizen participation in government decisions, decision-making is fundamental to the functioning of a democratic system, as stated in Chapter 1 of our Constitution. We need to participate. Because when we said all power, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya, and then we are sitting, all sovereign power, who is going to exercise this all sovereign power? And I know you human rights defenders are busy doing things, and I know setbacks exist for human rights defenders. For example, I'll give this example because I found it important. This report, or this was done by Kamau and Yvonne. Kenyan courts have in the past punished those fighting for electoral justice. In 2013, attempts by human rights defenders in Kenya to seek electoral justice by challenging the validity of the candidatures of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto who were under investigation and had been indicted by the ICC for crimes against humanity were thwarted. The High Court instead ruled against the petitioners, Kenya Human Rights Commission and the Kenya section of the international jurists, and ordered they bear the costs of the suit, which was, listen to this amount, they've gone to represent us, Kenyans, to say, if we are fighting for democracy, if we are fighting for human rights and good governance, how can we allow people who have been indicted by the ICC to proceed to become president and deputy president? Instead, the court fined them 100 million Kenya shillings. The petitioners, Kenya Human Rights Commission and ICJ, which is equivalent to $1 million. So when you think about that, then human rights defenders can be dissuaded. In fact, I don't know how the two organizations are still surviving, unless maybe they went and petitioned the court for this money, maybe to be paid over their lifetime. Because how do you pay $100 million? Even donors don't give us that kind of money. So where would you get the money? And donors did not give you money to be paying court fees like this. So where would you get that kind of money? Anyway, as we load the two organizations and others who continue to speak truth to power and take risky challenges towards the enjoyment of political and other rights, the 2022 statistics show that we need to do more as human rights defenders and add our voices to correct wrongs as well as perpetuate what is positive. And I'm saying that the freedoms that we have been given under our Constitution, under Article 38, that every citizen is free, these expectations did not reach 15 million Kenyans. They didn't know they are free to vote, and if they knew, they ignored it. Maybe that is part of the freedom. And the 14 million who voted may have been cornered into voting without opportunity of the totality of choice. Like for me, although I voted, I would have really preferred to see different candidates. But when I was sitting there arguing even up to the last day, am I going to vote, am I going not to vote? I wished there was a different choice of candidates. I went and voted at 4:30 p.m. to be a +1 and to add my voice and to exercise my national duty. But I was not excited or happy, not like in 2002. So we have now entered into the post-election period, and the role of human rights defenders is therefore cut out for us in relation to democracy and elections. And I have listed a whole lot of things like monitoring. I don't know, people here from human rights organizations, they need to see you either monitor the legal changes, legal reforms. This is the time that they happen. Review and evaluate the performance of the electoral, of IEBC, the Registrar of Political Parties, the EACC, political parties. Push for institutional strengthening and professional development of all election-related bodies. Review and evaluate election campaign funding. There is a law called Campaign Funding Act. How many are aware of it? I notice this group, nobody wants to say, we are not supposed to be spending that money. So organizations should be active now to see how much people spend and to see whether 2027 could be a better election. Prepare for in-depth civic to be left to the IEBC. Probably have voted more wisely, despite the level of candidates that were presented. Increase and be creative on our accountability mechanisms of elected leaders. This is the time to push people to participate in budgets. Where is Gedhuku? Gedhuku now should be in the opposition, outside, making sure that the MCAs that are there are approving correct budgets. So even if you didn't make it, you are here, you are a candidate and you didn't make it, make yourself active and useful, because that opportunity for public participation is there. And money is always stolen if we don't keep an eye on it. Increase creativity. Remind all Kenyans that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya in accordance with Chapter 1, Article 1. Chapter 1, Article 1 reminds us all sovereign power belongs to us. That is the beginning of our power. That is the beginning of that power. But we usually discard it and leave it and complain together with the 15 million who didn't vote. So, I'm ending. If you are among the 15 million who didn't vote, please do not join others when they are complaining about this government. Do not, because you had the opportunity to add your +1 and you didn't. That +1 has become so critical in Kenyan politics. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to appreciate Stefan for this opportunity. I want to appreciate Mama Gedhuku, who is all the way from Canada, and our veteran, and our Mau Mau veteran, who is also there. And I want to appreciate Madhai Karibu. And we miss your mom. I don't know when we will stop missing her. We miss her so much. The daughter of Wangari Madhai. And maybe just to say something, I spent many years with Wangari. I didn't realize what's the word I want to use? What a critical role she was playing globally. We would run and get her out of prison when she was jailed because we were human rights defenders. We were not environmental activists. And until I started working for Greenpeace, I realized how many years I lost sitting next to an enigma, and I never once talked to her about the environment. I talked to her about human rights. I talked to her about what I thought was human rights, not environmental rights. I didn't see them as human rights. And I talked to her about prisoners, and I talked to her about extrajudicial killings. I never talked to her about the environment. So when I went to Greenpeace, I was saying if I had talked to her, I would have done much better work for Africa than I did. So thank you for coming here.
Mashujaa and Jerry, we appreciate you. And thanks very much. I know we gave you a huge responsibility to unpack a multi-layered and a complex phenomena within a very short period of time. It was difficult for me to stop you because the things you are saying were very powerful. I don't know how many of us, how many of us felt that she was delivering a message that it would have been an injustice to stop her midway. How many of us benefited? Thanks very much. We really do appreciate. And it's very important that you invoked in your conclusion the name of Mashujaa, Professor Wangari Maathai, because she is the epitome and the personification of the modern day struggles in this country, and one who was not fully appreciated at home. As they say, a prophet is never appreciated at home. We have not appropriately appreciated our martyrs. And we believe that through this space, we are creating a momentum and a framework within which, in the future, we'll appreciate the true heroes and sheroes of this country. And we'll also retire the false heroes and sheroes that we continue to celebrate. So thanks very much and welcome. And I must add that my journey in this space actually began, it's the great legend, Professor Wangari Maathai, who introduced me in this space. And there are many like me. We appreciate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try and work with the little time that we have as best as we can. I'm going to restrict the rest of the panelists. I know they have a lot that they'd like to share, but I'm going to request them to cooperate with me. We do have less than half an hour. So if I give you perhaps 5 to 7 minutes. I know we had a pre-packed of 10 minutes, but I'm requesting to reduce it slightly. So we're going to begin, like we said, with James Alamans. And I'm going to ask you to hold on. We are not going to appreciate Mashujaa and Njeri properly yet. We'll appreciate all of them so that we can save on time. So Alamans will come here, then he'll be followed by Mwikali, and finally Otsieno. Alamans, we request you to reflect on your own experience from where you're coming. Mashujaa Njeri has told us that more than 50% of eligible Kenyan voters decided or were not able to participate in the election. Majority of those, as she said, are most likely young people because this country is predominantly youthful. Maybe in your reflection about your own experiences, you can tell us, what does democracy mean to you? What does election mean to you? What does it mean to the struggles of daily survival, to the economic, to the social, to the cultural and the political rights of the community from which you came? And maybe you can also share with us the challenges that you see now and what you probably see as the role of HRDs going forward. So welcome, Alamans. You can come over here. Please welcome Alamans.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name, just like Kepta said, my name is James. James is a product of Dandora, born and raised in Dandora. But where we are born and raised is not a determinant to whatever we become in future. We do not choose where we are born, but we can be able to shape our destiny, right? So today, just to give a bit of my experience, before I became a human rights defender, just like most young people, because I have spent most of my youthful age in human rights defense. This was around 6 years ago. I was green. When I joined this field, I was green. And just like many young people, I used to say, Mimi sipendi politics. Politics is a dirty game. I don't want to involve myself in politics until when I joined this space and I realized politics is what determines our day-to-day lives and activities. Whether you like it or not, the fact that we are seated here on this particular day is as a product of political activity or political actions that were done by people who came before us. That's why we are able to meet here and speak freely, because most of us, the young generation, are not able to really appreciate the kind of sacrifice that was given by the people who came before us. And just like I was saying, in my hood, it's growing up in Dandora, Mathare, you know, a lot of young people whom we grew up with, a lot of my friends, these days, they are no longer with us, because most of them ended up in crime because of so many factors. A lot of us growing up, we lack a lot of things that for some of us seated here are basic. Like, we can't really understand how maybe someone can lack something to eat or breakfast in the morning. You fail to understand how somebody cannot take 3 meals a day. But for us, it's a lived reality. This is where we've come from, whereby if you're able to take 2 meals a day, you thank God. If you're able to take 1, and sometimes you are not able to take any meal at all. And for most of the community that I come from, they do not realize that this is as a result, direct impact of the leadership that we have in this country. Right from the basic unit, which is the member of county assembly, up to the president. Because the way we were brought up, the way we've been voting, our voting patterns is based on tribalism, ethnic inclinations, and we do not question a lot of things on the leaders that we elect. So it is, for us, when somebody comes once every 5 years and says, you know, vote for me because I'm going to do this, vote for me so that I can do this. You know, you do not get into a position, you do not first get into a position of power so that you can be able to do something. You start doing these things when you don't have power, so that when you get the power, you just build on whatever you're already doing. In the past election, I was privileged to be an observer, and for sure, this is one of the elections that there was a lot of people were not really enthusiastic about this election. I don't know, is it because of voter education? Is it because of the high cost of living? But on that particular day, when I went to the polling station at around 6:20, normally I would find queues, long queues that have already been formed. But on that particular day, I went up to the polling station inside. There were very few lines. People had not come to vote. And for those who were there, they did not even understand, or they did not even know where they were supposed to go and vote. So when we say the low voter turnout, some of the things that contributed to this are things that we were there, but we either ignored them or we turned a deaf ear. The budget that was approved by Parliament for IEBC to do all these things were done very late. So there was no time for IEBC to do all this. The IEBC was restricted. They were restricted from actually seeking for funds from outside. So there is a particular pattern that is in this country where we wait until the very last minutes when there is going to be an election so that we can now start polishing things that we are supposed to be doing from now in preparation for the election in 2027. So this was a recipe for failure. In fact, some of the things that were happening on that day, it was as a direct result of having inadequate preparation. So the young people in my hood, they do not understand that why should I participate in this election when, one, I am unemployed, two, on that particular day, some of them had even gone to work. Some of them were coming to the polling station after 5, at 5:20, 5:30, they wanted to vote, while the polling stations were being closed at 5. So it becomes very difficult to convince these people or the young people from this particular area about why they should participate in any general election. And for instance, the Generation Z, this is a generation of young people between 18 years to 22 years who I realized they are not bothered at all with our electoral systems. In fact, they are in their own cocoons. Those who voted in this particular group were very minimal. In fact, on that day, they were busy doing their stuff. And they are here, election is over. They do not really get to understand. And it's because our parents did not, and the people before us, did not really entrench the kind of voting patriotism in us that will encourage us to vote. We are just told, you have to vote. There is no reasons. We are not being given the reasons why we need to vote. So if you go back there and tell them you come and vote, but you are not showing them any meaningful thing that will come out of the voting, then it becomes very hard for us, even as human rights defenders, to make it in the society that we work in. So I think I'll stop it at that. Maybe I'll take it some other time. Thank you.
Yeah, very pertinent question. Why should young people vote? We'll come back to that. Mwix, it's your turn. As a young woman, rights defender and feminist.
Thank you so much, Kepta. It's a lot of pressure, but I'll try and be direct. Let me stand here because I'm also short to be seen. Maybe before I start with also being biased, being a feminist and a woman human rights defender, I'll request Mama Githuku and the women from Mau Mau to stand up. I've seen also Mary G. I've seen George Morara. Please, could you stand up? And can we celebrate them? Please, as you stand up, let's clap for them. Thank you so much. Have a seat. The reason why I'm saying they stand up, it's because they did work before we came to this place. I know there are a lot of people that have recognized, but the reason why I've added Mary G and George is also to see the point where people transition from not changing as activists, because Njeri said, politicians, they don't retire. Even activists, if you ask me, even if they go to politics or public spaces, they're not retiring. They are continuing our journey in another space. And the women, because you started on our behalf to inspire most of us, young women to this space, it's very important and crucial. And that's why our organizing, when it comes to governance, when it comes to human rights, it's important we look at it in intersectionality perspective. I know it's politics of language and big kizungu. So let me remove big kizungu. When we mean intersectionality, it's just the point of each struggle connects with another struggle. Your struggle, Vicky, of access to health connects with, let's say, Mufasa's struggle for activism. So you can't say my health matters than the women's rights, or let's say LGBTQ rights, or access to abortion for women, or public participation. They all connect, and that's why it's important to connect each dot. I wanted to reflect on some of the points, Njeri, you mentioned, like a political party trustworthy in Kenya. I know some will say yes or no. For me, I'll say yes in this essence to the party owners. Kenya, we have this according to me and my analysis. We have party owners, party members, and party supporters. To the people who own the party, they are trustworthy because they decide who gets the ticket. To the party members are the ones who are members who can say if you're a member of a movement or an organization, you decide where the direction goes. And most of us Kenyans are party supporters, not party members. And why do we need to be party members? It's because if a decision is made within the party and you don't agree with it, you can challenge. And it's important. We say all of us as activists, as feminists, personal is political, but to what extent do we exercise? If we don't exercise it with power, if we don't co-opt the spaces of power. Being a feminist, it teaches you now to map power. But we can't say we map power when also we're outside the power. And that's why I respect also each activist, including Githuku, Mombi, and the rest, who fight. Because they saw, despite of us going to the street, which is important, we need to co-opt this space that has been making decisions on our behalf and try to change things. And it's okay to evolve and change things from inside. Because I think this is the narrative, Jerry and the team who have come before us, we need to change within our own activism space. This narrative, if someone goes, let's say, to Kenya Kwanza, or if someone goes to Azimio, we call them their sellouts. You calling them their sellout. Are we creating an enabling space for our work, or are we also contributing for it to shrink as a civic space? So these are kind of provocative questions that I like us to think through. What does it mean for the movement? What does it mean for our well-being? Defenders Coalition, you do well-being. And I've seen Norman Foundation does freedom. Does freedom looks like when we talk about democracy, we put laws that criminalize women? In 2022, this year, most of us feminists who work and activists on sexual reproductive health and rights, we went ahead head-on with the Ministry of Health, and some people who are anti-choice saw us as problematic, because we felt as much as we are linking democracy to votes and politicians, but also if you're talking about democracy, there's democracy when it comes to laws that are very problematic. And especially now as a country, when you are in a country, and I have to say this, because now people are telling most of us activists, that, it's too soon for you to critique the government. It's not yet 100 days. For me, if you ask me if you voted, and if you're a citizen of this country, and we say this power, the sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya, it does not choose if you voted or not. It does not choose if you're a man, a gender non-conforming person from Mathare or not. It says the sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. We have a right as women to critique. We're not given 50-50. And it's not apology. We were never given 50-50. We have a right to say and resist. We have a right to say that there was a campaign that was done by also defenders on red cards, like calling out politicians of integrity. But still, we are very comfortable. I'll not give this burden to activists. I'll say as a citizen, of seeing that some of the CES cabinet that have integrity issues, but we are like, it's okay. It shouldn't be okay. If someone also have a criminal record of killing, a criminal record of corruptions, and because they're implementing BBI, and they're not saying directly they're implementing BBI, and we are comfortable. Because now what they are doing, they're implementing BBI. So it's very problematic. And I think it's important because during the election, I know most of us will say there was peace. If you ask me, there's no peace. In this sense, and I found it myself in a manner of I go to back level of peace activists and us human rights defenders activists. When people are told, keep calm, keep peace, it's important. Nobody wants conflict, but also it's problematic. Because if you felt there were things that they were going wrong and you wanted to resist, and I'm not looking on the presidential level, but also at the county also level, you not resist. But how does it come as an expense for activists? It means some of these languages are criminalizing our civic space of resisting. So these are the things that we need to look up as we move forward. How is also evangelical patriarchy working in Kenya? Everybody now is trying to be God, Jesus, and criminalizing people. How are we using religion to shrink the civic space? Because we need to call that out, that we can't use religion. And we say most of us, Jesus was an activist who worked also with sex worker, but at the same time, we are using religion to try and say that we are okay. God does not want corrupt leaders, and we say we are okay. God does not want that. God does not want corrupt leaders, and then we are saying God chose them. I don't think God is unfair to that level. So I think this thing of activists as being sold false hope, and country as Kenya, we should resist it. The thing of being sold fear, that this is another form of Moi regime, you'll disappear, you'll get lost, and being told, it's good like Miguna today is back. That's fantastic. But also we need to critique to the level that, to what level is he using the law to also work against us. Because that's what Museveni has done in Uganda. So we need to link Pan-African way of organizing, but also support social movements, support also grassroots organizing, but also as a movement, it's okay to get tired and say, I need that to relax, Julie, and then come back. It's fine, you should not feel guilty. But my last point now goes to also, I know we talked about global solidarity. Stefano, you are here, I know you sit in a power position, Jerry, Otieno, and the rest of the comrades. How do we ensure our activists are in a space that can support their core organizing, support their work? Imagine, let's stop romanticizing poverty in activist life. See, I look good in lipstick, in a nice dress. Let's compensate activist intellectual labor from a lived experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mashujaa, Rachel. It was very difficult for me to stop you. And I could see everybody didn't want me to stop you. African women leaders on the front line. African women leaders on the front line. Thank you very much. And finally, Otieno, I request you to try and build on that history that Njeri talked about. She talked about our elders who are here. These elders themselves are descendants of over 5 centuries of struggle for freedom on this continent. And we are here because of the sacrifices and the contributions that they made. Please, I want you to, within that period, to connect the current discussion with that past. Thanks.
Habari. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Otieno na Mwaya. Kuna wengi tushakutana. Sometimes it's very difficult to be the last to speak because a lot of times everybody has addressed whatever is there. So mine will just be to tease out a few salient issues. The discussion that brings us here today is, do the human rights activists have a role to play in defending democracy? I've framed it as a question because it's a discussion. If you look at Kenya historically, going back to colonial times, the most critical moments or the most definitive moments have been defined and driven by human rights defenders. So if we go back to historical times, during the colonial period, people like Harry Duku in 1922, when they rose up to fight and they were arrested, they were human rights defenders. When Muthoni Nyanjiru saw that nobody was coming to the aid of Harry Duku, and then she decided to give herself to go and fight, she was fighting for the freedom and the right of Harry Duku to be able to protest and demand his rights. She was a human rights defender. And look at this whole group we are talking about today, the heroes of Kenya. So, and initially this day was called Kenyatta Day. But of course, after the discussions, we now call it Mashujaa Day. And who are these Mashujaas? One of the problems we have had as Kenya is that we want to not remember our history, gloss over it, and because of that, we don't recognize our heroes. So the heroes, look at Tom Mboya, for all his weaknesses or failures, what was his original position? He was fighting for the rights of the workers, the labor movement. That was his background. So the issues that defined the independence struggle were actually identified and driven by human rights defenders. The only mistake they made, and I think we continue making it, is that we don't realize that in order to implement and actualize that agenda, we need political power. So people fought for independence, but when 1961, 1963 came, when the actual decision was to be made on who actually takes over the mantle of driving this agenda, other people stepped aside. Whether or not we got it right in 1963 has determined who we are today. Then in the 90s, the activism of the 90s and the 80s, again, the important issues were identified and the conversation was driven by human rights defenders. So in the colonial period, the issue is defined and driven by human rights defenders, and eventually they decide that actually the solution to this problem is for us to get independence. In the 90s, the issues, again, the discussions are defined, driven by human rights defenders, but then they decide that actually the solution to this problem is the constitution, a new constitution, because there were many other things going on. We could not, for example, anyway, when we say this, in this day and age, it looks very simple, but we could not, for example, converge like this and discuss the issues that we're discussing today. Today, we are able, because of what happened in the 1990s. Again, we made the same mistake. NCC and all the other people who participated in that process got the agenda right. And the agenda was, we needed a new constitution. However, the betrayal of that process comes to the fact that we have not invested enough to the issue of political power. So I think 2002 was a definitive moment. Eventually, the civil society allied itself. I say allied deliberately because his background was not necessarily a human rights background. But Kibaki became the ideal candidate. Were it not for 2007, and this is just to say Kibaki did not identify with the ideals that the human rights movement identifies with. If it were not for 2007 and the pressure that came with it, we would not still have had a constitution under Mwai Kibaki. And then today, where we are with a new constitution, we still have the same questions we are asking ourselves and the same concerns, the same fears we were having in the 90s, and maybe some dating back to the 1920s. The land question is there with us. And the possibility of violence because of the land question is always there. Conflict, let me not say violence, conflict, it's always there. Because the land question has never been defined since that period. So what do we do at the moment? Just give me 2 minutes, 2 more minutes. The mantle shifts back to the human rights defenders. Right now where we are, we have had an election. People are not sure whether the leadership they have got is the right leadership. We have a new constitution, but we don't know whether what we are getting from that constitution is really what we wanted. We have a new electoral body with a new law, but we are not sure whether what that electoral body is doing is what we really wanted. We have a parliament, it's doing all the rituals we wanted, including vetting people, but we don't know whether the standards that they are using meet what we really wanted. So going forward, I think the responsibility still shifts back to human rights defenders to define the course of events going forward. And one of those is to identify the agenda, organize, and recognize that human rights and politics are inseparable. Thank you.
Thanks very much. A very difficult ask, but you've delivered very well. We appreciate. Now, we can appreciate all the panelists. All those who've been holding back, please. Gloria, I can see how you're looking at me. I know you want to get down, yeah? We all want to. But permit me 2-3 minutes in case there's any burning question or additional comment from the plenary. Anyone who would like to ask a question or to add something to this discussion? I don't see a hand up, but let me conclude by saying that this is a special session of the Freedom Cafe, and it's just to give you a little bit of a taste of the kind of conversations we have. It's basically policy and legislative forum where we promote intelligent conversation. We don't shout at each other. We don't debate to win. We don't debate to shine, but to enlighten. We don't discuss with the blinkers. We open ourselves to question even things that we hold very dear. So I want to urge you, and I want to extend the welcome on behalf of FNF to our next cafe, which will be in November. And in November, in the Democracy series, this is a Democracy series. This is the second. The first one was last month, where we were looking at the power of the ballot and the voter in entrenching democracy. Today, we've looked at human rights defenders. In November, we'll be looking at the media, and you are most welcome. The meetings take place at the FNF office at Gigiri, and the information can be shared with you through the contacts that you've left. And on that point, I want to thank you once more again, and apologize that we didn't open up this for plenary discussion as usual, but thanks a lot for your presence here. We appreciate you, we honor you, and now may the party begin. Back to you, Gloria.
Thank you so much. Tuwape makofi tafadhali. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jemo. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Otieno. Thank you, Madam Jerry. Thank you, Kepta. Asante sana. Ningependa kutambua uwepo wa Bwana George Morara. Thank you very much. Punga tu mkono juu ya hewa. The guys who mentored us, ndio huyo. Ningependa kutambua uwepo wa Happy Olal pia, ambaye ni convener wa Social Justice. Thank you very much. Tumpe makofi tafadhali. And 25 years ago, 25 years ago, kwa Yusani Anjeri Kabeberi, myself, Ann, Ngatia, Salma, I've seen Giduku. Simama tu tuwaone, please. Giduku, where are you? Do you have Giduku? And we are celebrating all the 5 C's were here. We started as a traveling theater, and today it's my privilege also to invite this powerful team from the Social Justice Traveling Theater. Wanatupatia ukweli vile iko, si ndio? You remember theater in a reach to all those, the illiterate guys, and that's why we have social theater. Social Justice Traveling Theater, are you ready? Wapi makofi kwao, let's appreciate them. Sanatora, please, to a backstage. And then after Sanatora, we are going to have Shiki, to backstage, tuweze kuwa na mteremko mzuri. Social Justice Traveling Theater, are you ready? Remember, happy Mashujaa Day. Thank you very much kwa kuweza kuja. Kakai. We are setting the stage. Kilele cha tamasha letu siku ya leo ni wakati ambapo Heart the band will be coming on stage just to perform. We also have Teardrop in the house. Yuko hapa hivi Shiki ndani ya nyumba. Field Marshal Band, where we'll see Giduk, we'll see Salma, we'll see Dano T. All of them are here. That was a very powerful discussion on democracy and election, the role of human rights defenders in entrenching democracy in Kenya. Thank you so much. Imekuwa nzuri sana. So are you among the 15 million ambao walikuwa nyumbani? Are you among Are you among wale ambao walikuwa wanasema kwamba mimi nimechoka? I won't go and vote. And remember, the few guys who voted, wameleta change. Traveling theatre, are you ready? Stage ni yenyu, tunataka kuanza kudance, eh? We have the whole afternoon leo kuweza kudance. Thank you. The traveling theatre, Sanatora, stand by. We are ready. Toothbrush, we are ready. We are ready. Toothbrush, we are ready. DJ. And now this is the traveling theatre. Traveling theatre, are you ready? Tuko tayari ama tuite wengine? DJ, tuendelee please, eh? Thank you. We're still setting up the stage, DJ.
Barua toka Jaramogi na Kenyatta, wanauliza kama Kenya kuko sawa. Nikawajibu Kenya tuko na disaster, watoto wetu wanazidi kuzikana, na Tomboya ameshika tama, alituacha kama
The world is evolving. Population increases day by day. Civilization develops. Children going to school and adults going to work. But we cannot do all this without a leadership structure. That is why we have elections. And in our case, after every 5 years, we get to make our choices. I hear they call it democracy. But with civilization comes class struggle. And the hardest of them all, a human rights defender, an activist, a revolutionarist, or be a woman and participate in a bourgeois election. To become a leader in a community where life can be taken even before it makes complete sense to anyone. Welcome to Mashujaa Love.
My wife is being born again.
You're not kusema kila time, Joy. Nini bana wewe? What's the time, Joy? What's the time? It's 1 in the morning. Kama huwezi kumbuka.
Ben, I'm sorry. Ben, you understand.
You understand me?
Wale kulikuwa na clear day. Tunajua kazi yangu ya activist. Huyo akitoka mkutano. I had planned kuja mapema. But
Joy, unakitaka ku understand. Joy, you are a lady for crying out loud. Even every time you're talking about the community. The community needs the community now. Sign time ya kukampa out. It's 1 in the morning. Sign time ya kukampa out, Joy.
lakini babe.
Lakini mimi kusema kweli. Joy, I'm tired. I'm tired of crying out loud. Nimechoka.
Ben, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Haita happen tena. I promise to make changeable ingine. And from now henceforth, takuwa nakakuwa mapema. Ben, I'm sorry.
I love you so much. That's it. I mean, I love you so much. That's why I'm When I told you I love you, it meant it. The engagement thing, I meant it. I only care about you. I love you so much. Stand by you.
Well, there can never be true revolution without the liberation of people. With such a system, mounting a victory requires an extra effort, an extra support, the desire to make a difference wherever you can, sometimes against one's will, because what compels you to doing whatever you are doing is simply the need for justice. If they kill us, then our children will go. But we must do our part. We must continue organizing, educating, liberating, and not forget to celebrate.
Greetings. I thank you all for extending this invitation to me. As Joy, a community organizer of Keynote, I have been on the front line in fighting for justice and dignified lives of our people. However, this has had few successes with many drawbacks. In various community dialogues, people felt the need to have a fresh and able leadership to address the plight of our community. And with this, I was approached by community members and society leaders to take leadership and exert the interest of the people. My political journey hasn't been easy. I faced a lot of challenges. Misogyny. My fellow women hated me, yet I thought they had my back. But I think I was wrong. Patriarchy took its roots. Men in the society felt I was too young to be their leader, and the mockery in their statements told it all. Toxic opposition from other candidates took me to this situation that I am right now. All this is because they felt challenged. It strained my relationship. It was perceived I put my community first before my family. For us, losing the election is only a temporary setback. All hope is not lost. The fight for freedom and equality is not a destination, but a journey. Our commitment to serve the people remains resolute. The future of our community lies in the unity and equal rights of all members. Only this way can true change be achieved. If not for us, then for our future generations. Amandla! Amandla!
And the struggle continues. Now, let us all join in celebrating Mashujaa. Twende DJ.
Social Justice Traveling Theatre. Sanatora, are you ready? Tusimame tafadhali. Let's appreciate them. Tusimame tafadhali. Thank you very much. Now we're introducing, the boys and girls in blue. Let's appreciate them. Thank you so much. The lady wants to be born again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anas and Anas. And now the politicians. Put your mind loud. Hey! Together enjoy the politician. Wapi makofi kwao, wapi makofi. Thank you so much, thank you. Thank you so much, Social Justice Traveling Theatre. Director, where's your director? Director, that one more just please, where can we find you? Thank you, DJ.
Yes, good evening. Good evening. My name is Anthony Odiambo. I'm a director of the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theatre. And my co-director, Davis. Yeah, we direct together with him. So he's my co-director. And we appreciate this day. Thank you very much for today. And if you want to find us, find us on all the social media platforms at Social Justice Center's Traveling Theatre. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There is another skis that imenikumbusha mbali sana. DJ, are you ready? DJ, hapana leta mchanganyiko. Unajua ngoma? you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you. Mheshimiwa Agostino Neto yuko hapa pamoja nasi. Thank you very much. Mheshimiwa is here with us. But right now, Sanatora, are you ready? DJ, nipe music, Sanatora. Not guilty. Not everyone born in the ghetto. Studio, Sanatora, are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
This goes to all the HRDs when you kuna my youngsters kibao.
Human rights defenders.
Yeah. Then iso gine tuma wasiwana rise to man HRDs young HRDs. To the young DJ, scratch that them man. Yeah.
Toto young, wanna die young. Toto young. Toto young, Salwangan, died by the Ghana corner age 25. Society couldn't define someone easily. She find but that was a pain. Masake kusagusana adukake angefanya. Anyway, ebungoza, ways in him, I don't care utashindwaje walipea. Toto young from the ghetto kuza body sweet of windows yet yanapenda your basic to pushons in the beat. Mwili ni your tempo na wadhinika 60 shilingi na uchizi and bado with the breathing. Toto young tulipata hii body walking real. Ulidai ukaacha vikombe zikiwa full. Anatotria funa ile advance in the schools. Ulijua kulusha mawe and petro pia kubai. Hivi kumbi kuzibai since uliishi alive. Life siyo easy tafanya ugo crazy. Makali kuchapa dry sini give up na try. Akili ziko empty walichapa tap tap. Ujana niko shinda mjua tap tap. Pakujua ku have fun but Toto young, wanna die young. A Toto young, wanna die young. A Toto young, I wanna die young. A Toto young, wanna die young. Yeah.
Now listen to you wouldn't make you feel my education be like a money when I bend a masomo
singekuwa na option
nilivyomaliza class 8 really nice the sharp at the time you hold on I grew older from 4 I was so conscious
here we go jail cell
after form 4
I had a story to tell Kwata kisha na pangwa akakata alakwa bandani
pale ya ba kijana kapak
Kwata kisha na pangwa
hatuwish tukamea kulia imekuwa inabida ikatupea bado kwenye safari tunasemea binadamu yuko kila mahali pia na umea tumefika ile tank ya kuotea
revenue kabisa
ya kuombea ili anza na television saa hii tunatafuta vision schedule ili kando nikapatiwa intentional way inspection
I wanna go for young. A Toto young, a boy Toto young. I wanna die young. I wanna go for young. A Toto young, boy Toto young. I wanna die young. A Toto young. I wanna go for young. A Toto.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
The next song hapo hivi ni system wa jumpers, ni system ile ya jumpers zingine ilikuwa ndio hivyo kitu sio.
Yeah. Kakuna mbia alikuwa anasikiza mashifta wakati wakina kitu sio. System ni ya majambazi, system ni sisi. With the youth mazee lazima tuji express vile tunafaa. Give me that beat mazee. Kitu shwari niambia. In the system ya jambazi, mashifta, one love, Sanatora. Masiso majambazi, chief ya jambazi, MCA jambazi, gavana jambazi, pasta pesa KPS ya wadai minisi hadi osi unaweza kosa doki na mocha ligija tunasikia ni corona mbona jaja ni jaja sashali kwa some cash vijana kazi ndani na mita imejaa klasi nisestoma tadhani tukibebo kangunia vile skando utulie mwana inja kiumia kizini kulevea kuna mimi nilipotea una investigate nina hiyo kesi teshalini sini mjambazi tunaiona kwa uwazi majambazi ini system mjambazi ati askari wazazi matito majambazi chief ni jambazi jambazi gama ati pasta jambazi na sio wazi waketo ni majambazi matito majambazi ni jambazi loya de jambazi na sio wazi waketo ni majambazi
focus, they eating so much, they even slow the oxygen now. We in the gas mask, no say one day. You thought I'm gonna washikane, washike my judges, one other than anyone judge. We're done, it's over. Nigga, keep go all over. Easy man, we're to Kadiwan. Show it was over, my produce all the one to dog over Nacha. To make a bit of degree, I'm so OG. Presence, you add yourself a generation cast. 11 in a same time. Don't be the fungo, go all the fungo. And I mean, I'm a new, you don't know how I'm not going to chapel by a bias. Nafanya you mwana singeli proper nataka mana kuman because so fast it's so far it come with Jesus you bought baby flight you hell with the back off after therefore this is a disaster management committee you one high ass so we can kill you reincarnate you shit then kill you reincarnate me see here you can't stop and they give you stroke cause sindoba let's cause the lavaza dark door ushike album ni sawa itakufunza hadi soka toa makono walinichapa na nisetia wewe kwa bagiko ngozi yangu iko pregnant checking a kingo Japasi cheki hawezi hata mali akaiba figo yes wapepanga mimi Japasi kwa pepe za ndovu kaka yuni kaka ili kidogo live
Masiso majambazi chief de jambazi MCA jambazi governor jambazi na si waketo ni majambazi masiso majambazi jaji ni jambazi governor jambazi na sio waketo ni majambazi askari wazazi
kaka yo rekinga moto tunataka kuintroduce another thing yenye itakaa set the next song so rekinga
give him moto crazy
Step up, you couldn't fuck on toes. 254, what's in my throats? Motto, hold on, say I told you, wanna fuck up below. Play now, later, always do follow, no. Play now, later, always do follow, no. Step up, look when I fuck on toes. 254, what's in my pros? Motto, hold on, say I told you, wanna fuck up below. Play now, later, always do follow, no. Play now, later, always do follow, no. I know you know, says it will show, says explain my all the same. So many dollars, my football, as many dogs, and let's go, run my stages. Like me, I'm to swing. Let me talk, single being. Fast, not to fish in my time. It's super good. Now, mama, Mali, up on the donut, I'm on to a lot. Guess who's been dropping, robbing, nice things, man. You can pop, it's like Z, up the Washington white. Take it, and I focus for life. Say Z, up the Washington white. Take it, and I focus for life. Bang, so breezy. Feels good, being city. Singing like I feel it. She left now, she be needed. My bang, so breezy. Feels good, being city. Singing like I feel it. She left now, she be needed. Took a step up, look when I walk on toes. 254, what's in my clothes? Motto, hold on, say I told you, wanna go that below. Play now, head down, always do follow, no. Play now. Head down, always do follow, no. Took a step up, look when I walk on toes. 254, what's in my clothes? Motto, hold on, say I told you, wanna go that below. Play now. head down, ways to follow, no, no, no. Lay down, head down, ways to follow, no, no, no. Breaking, that's the melody. I'm still better, you can notice it. I had to get to the real thing. Never ever put control of me. Go get it, yeah, wanna be. Life never stand me king. Love less, keep flowing. 5 feathers on the road, me. My bang bang so bitchy. Facebook in the secret. Sing like a feeling. She lifting out, she needs me. My bang bang so bitchy. Facebook in the secret. Sing like a feeling. She lifting out, she needs me. Step up to you, never got on those. 254 was in my clothes. Motor, hold on, say I told you, wanna fuck up below. Lay now, head down, ways to follow, no, no, no. Lay now, head down, ways to follow, no, no, no. Look on those, lay, no, no. Look on those, my head down, no, no. Oh no, Kina, boom.
One love, mazee. Mashujaa Festival. Wapi love, mazee?
Weni shujaa, mimi shujaa. Weni shujaa, mimi shujaa. Weni shujaa, mimi shujaa. Weni shujaa, mimi shujaa.
254 nihesabu kama soldier.
Defenders coalition them, nigga soldier.
Tomboya, oya anapiga jeshi.
Mwene ama, alikomboa nchi walai.
Wangapi mavai, tete kimagi mahasma gavi.
Mengani hii kama tools of power.
HRD, human rights defenders.
This voice is power to the full power.
The partnership, kujenga the relationship.
This is necessary, this voice for the voiceless.
What God was just speaking about justice.
Our football body to celebrate our soldiers.
KDF kwenye boda kuli protect.
Okio tata hapa Kenya, no matata.
Hakuna wasi ndio fast press ukipa medal of honor.
Human rights defender, hakuna fear.
I say,
Weni shujaa, mimi shujaa. Weni shujaa, mimi shujaa. Come on, twende ati weni shujaa. Mimi shujaa. Weni shujaa, mimi shujaa.
vile miucha kwa hustle, just respect me hustle. Commander in-chief pia hii sema ahasa. La bila raka moyo na hiyo ni maendeleo. Asibaki baki agile nikikuna Saidot aliteach pia. Yani nonsense face kwa ma-youth skills zote innovative. Mentally protective. Integration, jeshi, salute on the man.
Weni shujaa, everybody shujaa, everybody shujaa. Shujaa.
Freedom, look into your own life. I did this in the town, let's check you struggle. Yeah, responsibilities will teach coming generations. Such as not just building good human rights virtues. You, and you good to go. Come to the way we benchmarking for the world. We ain't stopping anytime soon. The sun is moving as we are the suns. Tunaweza fanya anything hadi create world of imagination. Bila tutembea the perpetrators. Realign our energies for the same cause. For the man in the heart, defenders coalition. Safety, security, wenye wanapigania rights na wafendo human peace. Kiusiwa kilikaka, mkona ni masho. Nywele zilikatwa like imata nazo. Wote ni mashujaa. Mashujaa.
One love, mazee.
Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Wapi makofi kwao, eh? Wewe ni shujaa, si ndio? For the little thing that you're doing in our communities, wewe ni shujaa. Right now introducing this boy, eh? Huyu jamaa manze ameniambia kwamba nitaperform, eh? Na mimi ni nani nikatae? SM Amimo, are you ready? Amimo mwenyewe.
If we lose up here, yetu hapa. Ya kwanza tunasema stand up and speak the truth and say no to torture. Twende. Naomba pull up. Kidogo. Naomba tuamke. Naomba tu. Tulikuja show, si ndio? Tulikuja concert, si ndio? Yeah. Naitwa SM Mamimo. Twende DJ. Yeah. Tujaribu hapa. Ache volume 10. What? Tujaribu hapa. What? Hapa tu 10. Yeah. 20. No one is safe in a broken system. No one is safe. I'm ready in a broken system. When people are dying of hunger, stand up and speak the truth. Policemen are killing outside the law, and drugs are killing in Kenya. Stand up and speak the truth. 21 2. In Martin Luther, Uncle David, Bitomboya, Tombo Kenyatta, Watombogi, King Martin, Mau. You can even be Mandela. Twende hapa. Mkono hapa. Twende. Say no to torture. Say no to torture. Say no to violence. Say no to violence. Say no to violence. Can't make the society better by your killings. If you want a better life, empower the youth. Mental and educate them as well. Create jobs, create opportunities. Torture is not a solution at all. Stop violence and make the change. It starts with you and I. Charity begins at home. Yeah. Say no. Say no to torture. Say no to violence. Say no to torture. Say no to torture. Say no to violence. Say no to torture. Say no to torture. What was here? Say no to again. Say no to torture. Say no to torture. Again. Say no to violence. Again. Say no to torture. Say no to violence. Say no to torture. Say no to violence. Asante sana Amimo. Asante ya mwisho, tunachapa ya mwisho. DJ volume kwa. Ninasema ni mimi na wewe. Tukitaka nchi nzuri, hakuna mtu atatoka Amerika. Ni mimi na wewe. Ni mimi na wewe. Ni mimi na wewe. Ni mimi na wewe. Tukitaka nchi nzuri, tukitaka amani, viongozi bora, mabadiliko mema. Sasa hii ni my latest song. Inasema amani Kenya. Amani Kenya nasema amani Kenya. Sasa twende. Amani Kenya. Amani Kenya. Amani Kenya. Amani Kenya. Tudumishe amani. Tueneze amani. Tupendane sote. Penda jirani yako. Tudumishe amani. Tueneze amani. Tupendane sote. Penda jirani yako. Amani Kenya. Amani Kenya. Amani Kenya. Twende. Nataka kusikia sasa hivi. Sikia hapo. Haya. Wewe ni wa Nairobi, wengine wa Kilifi, wengine wa Murang'a, wengine wa Suba, lakini sisi sote, sisi ni wa Kenya.
SM Amimo. Mashujaa Festival. Thank you very much, Defenders Coalition.
Tumaliza, tunamalizia.
Tunamalizia.
Tunamalizia. Tuamke tafadhali. Haya. Tuamke tafadhali. Haya, hapa. Tunamalizia. Tuamke nje kwa mkoa. Haya. Twende. Haya. Tuache ukabila, tuache uchochezi, tuache matusi, umoja hudumu, ujirani hudumu, usilete noma, usilete ngori, usilete vita, usilete dhulma. Sasa nione kwa mwili yako sasa. Twende amani, amani Mombasa, amani Kisumu, amani atende hapa, amani Mombasa, amani Kanga, amani Taita.
SK Amimo.
SM Amimo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, SM Amimo. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Naitwa SM Amimo. Mnaweza kupata ngoma zangu kwa YouTube. SM Amimo. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Again, from the top. Shiki. Oh yes. Kwa kila mshujaa ambaye yuko hapa today, we celebrate you. Thanks to Defenders Coalition. Thank you once again. This is the photo. Someone? Jah know his people. Thank you, DJ. Shiki, are you ready? Javan, stand by after this. This is Shiki once again. Once again, remember the Mashujaa Festival. Thank you very much. Shiki on stage. After Javan, we're going to have the Field Marshal band. So Field Marshal to a tayari pia.
Happy Mashujaa Day. Thank you for having me, and I hope you enjoy my set.
Kenya is a country where you are guilty until proven guilty.
A homage to our ancestors. This is for the brave, the courageous, the strong. This is for the blood that still cries out for justice, for those who went and for those who are still yet to come. Bullets through air, bullets through face pulling, legs of dead bodies off the streets, but who we going to run to law, and he was 9 years old. We are brave, we are free, 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 we live now, we live on, we live till, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free. I just want you to repeat this word with me, okay? We are brave, we are free, we are brave. Come on, we are brave. Hey, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free. Come on, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we live on, we live till, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we are.
We are brave, we are.
I'm not done yet.
Shaky on stage. Thanks to Frederick Zoman Foundation.
Guilty until proven rich. Kenya is a country where you are guilty until proven.
We are in a battle. We are seeking for governorship. It is not a child's play. We must be seen.
I forget because you're killing us. You police. Killing us in our communities.
We are in a battle. We are seeking for governorship. It is not a child.
Kenya is a country where you are guilty until proven rich.
Killing us. You police. You're killing us in our communities. Our communities. I protest because you're killing us. You police. You're killing us in our communities.
Go, hey, we are brave, we are free, we are free, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we are free, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we live on, we live till, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are brave, we are free, we live till, we live free, we are brave, we are free, we live in, we live till, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we are brave, we are free, we are bullets through air, bullets through face pulling, legs of dead bodies off the streets, but who we going to run to if not you hard, then who we going to run to if not you hard, then who we up in arms, up for arms, throw up arms, take up arms, arms in the air, I'm shackled feet, I'm scared of me, you picture me, hand bended knees, hands folded knees, bullets through air, bullets through face pulling, legs of dead bodies off the streets, but who we going to run to if not you hard, then who we going to run to if not you hard, then who we up in arms, up for arms, throw up arms, take up arms, arms in the air, I'm shackled feet, I'm scared of me, you picture me, hand bended knees, hands folded knees, bullets through air, bullets through face pulling, legs of dead bodies off the streets, but peace. Thank you.
Thank you, that's Shiki. Wapi makofi kwa tafadhali. Thank you Shiki, thank you so much. Tusimame tafadhali, tusimame. To the fallen soldiers. Tusimame tafadhali, let's be upstanding. DJ, are you ready? This one is dedicated to each and everyone, eh? Kenya is ours. Next, introducing Japan all the way from Dandora, eh? going to have the Field Marshal Band. I'm sure that they are very ready. The Field Marshals.
I don't feel in this together. Give you my necklace better. Give you my last card better. I show you my best friend better. I don't feel in this together. Give you my necklace better. Show you my best friend better. I give you my last card better. Everything I do,
After that, we're going to have the Field Marshal. And then Willing Forever is also here with us. Thank you very much. Javan the Poet. Are you ready? Javan the Poet all the way from Dandora, DJ. Soundman, are you ready?
Give me
we good to go? Field Marshal Willie Paper. Wow.
Check, 1, 2.
Teardrop and first.
Yeah. Low. Check, 1, 2. Mic check. Sound. Check, 1, 2.
Jump on the poet and the band. Let's go. Ready? Just a boy from Dandora.
Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Sawa. Nyinyi wote ni shujaa au sio? Nataka kusikia nduru ya mashujaa. Wale ndio mashujaa. What's happening? Nataka kusikia nduru za mashujaa. Sawa, let's do it. Give wanatambua vitu loko, dem loko, chali loko, ala, mavazi loko, chakula loko. Unatambua loko si ndio? Let's be loko. Tunaimba pamoja unaenda hivi: uza loko, nunua loko, jenga loko, sikiza loko, kwani tuko wapi buda? Unasema loko, 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 sawa? Uza loko, nunua loko, jenga loko, sikiza loko, kwani tuko wapi buda? Loko, 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 kwani tuko wapi buda? Loko, twende. Nikisema jina mtu na mnamtambua mnasema loko. Sawa? Atwende. Biashara ni biashara tukifunga hii set. Biz ni biz. Nauza tobao, nauza lipai, nauza tobao, nauza lipai. Kapo hivyo Venice to do biz juu. Wanauza sukari kwa market, wanauza katen kwa duka patel, lakini si tenko black market tukiwa mjanja, just get it juu. nauza tofao, nauza ni bai kama kwa bendi tukubitu. Wanauza sukari kwa maka, tena wanauza katengo, tika motel, lakini si tengo, black market tukiwa mteza jack, gani tufiti bii. Anakumbuka wela na gere, wela kuchoka, wale tukere, play tufiti bii. Hiyo si shout out enough. Wangapi wanatambua Wamadha kama mashujaa? Perfect. Sawa. I'm closing this set with one for my mama and all your mamas.
wa mama wetu ambao wako hapa hivi. Please allow me to invite Shosho together with Mama Giduku, As they're coming on stage, please let's prepare the field marshal. Remember kwamba you're going to dance. After these 2 speeches, you're going to dance hadi tumalize. 93 and still counting, Shosho Giduku, Shosho wetu, together with the mom. Here they are. The field marshals, you're coming next on stage. And then Willie Oeba, who are ready. And then after this, we're going to have teardrop. Ni shujaa wa mama ni shujaa wa mama wetu, ni shujaa wa mama ni shujaa wa mama wetu, ndio maana Thank you. Shikilia tu hapo hiyo moto tu. Check. Sorry. So tunaanza na mom. Thank you very much. Celebrate you kwa kuweza kuzaa comrade kwanza, and also to show. So tunaanza na mom. Just say hi to us.
Habari zenu tena. Mimi ni bibi ya Giduku, mama ya Giduku. Na sisi mimi ni Mashujaa kutoka 1992 pale Freedom Corner. Hapo tulikuwa na wengi, na Wangari Maathai dota yake alikuwa hapa, na wengineo wengi wakaruhusi life zao, wengine walikuwa na shikwa hovyo, wengine wakati ule hakuna mtu angeongea hata kwa matatu habari ya serikali. Tulikuwa hakuna mwe, ulikuwa na shikwa unalala polisi. Kwa nyumba tulikuwa tuna whisper. Ilikuwa mambo kali. Mambo haikuanza hapo. Ilianza kitambo sana, nyinyi mnajua wakati wa Mau. Na huyu ni mmoja, ni mama yangu, my mother-in-law, ambaye ni shujaa wa Mau ule wa kweli kabisa. Wale hata siku hizi hakuna wale ile serikali na watambua. Yeye ni mmoja wao. Na alikuwa atadetain, akamzalia huyu mtoto wake kwa ile detain. Hata hakuwa na nguo akavalishwa kaguo, walirarua hema ili mtoto huu wake apate kaguo. Na huyu ni kijana yake Thomas. Mama, tuongeleshe kidogo ambaye tunajua.
Habari zenu wote. Habari zenu watoto wangu, wajukuu wangu, kitukuu zangu. Habari zenu wote. Nina furaha kuja hapa. Nimeletwa na mjukuu wangu Giduku. Na nikafurahi, sijui yako wapi. Nimefurahi sana, Mungu ambariki. Na nyote Mungu awabariki. Nyote Mungu wako na wale wako pia kupata nafasi ya kuja. Mimi ni mmoja wale walikuwa nakaa msituni wanapigana na mzungu. Wakati huu kulikuwa Mwafrika na mzungu wanapigana, ndio ili sasa upate suruali kama vile unaiva. Kama sisi ungipata, kama sisi ungekuwa na hii mwanga, ulikuwa ukipita karibu na mzungu ama hoteli ya mzungu na mbio upite kama kilomita moja ili fumbi isiingie kaburu. Tulikuwa tunawaita kaburu. Tumeshukuru Mungu ni mwema, manake
mimi ni mabaki ya hawa maumau. Tulikuwa tunapelekwa Manyani, wapi, Makinani Road, kila mahali. Munaona hii jera hii si jera, hii majera na nyingine kambi ya ame. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa hema zetu. Sisi ndio tulianza huko Manyani, hapa Adiliva, na kwingine Mombasa, huko kote. Lakini sisi maumau tulikuwa tunaenda, tunachukua jembe, tunalima, tunapanda. Nani mubalilie? Mnasikia hivyo? Mubalilie. Tulipanda, tulishimba nyasi, tukapanda. Nani mubalilie? Msiwachilie, msichoke, manake hata sisi hatukuchoka. Muendelee mbele. Vile mnafanya vyema, na Mungu apatie nguvu kuendelea hivyo. Awapatie nguvu. Na msichoke hata kidogo. Muendelee hivyo. Munaendelea. Manake hiyo ndio watoto wenu watafurahia, wajukuu wenu na kitukuu zenu wapatie nini. Kama vile sisi tuliendelea mpaka wa leo. Na wapatia shukrani, na Mungu awapatie nguvu, na mpendane, maana bila upendo hamuwezi. Kidole moja hakiui chawi. Mwasikia wajukuu wangu?
Okay, habari zenu. Vijana mpo? Okay, this is what I can give advice to our youth. And one of the best things that I can say about my mom, she brought me up, she made me to travel all over the country. And by the way, let me give you my background. I've traveled all over the world, and I've seen how this world looks like. A lot of youths who are in Europe, they are much more active than our people who are here. And it was so disappointing during this year's elections. Youths never came up in large numbers, meaning there was a lot of voter apathy. Very, very disappointing, because it's you who elect are true reflections of the leaders who you have elected. They reflect you. And of course, we cannot complain about the government, because you are the ones who elected the bad government that you hate. Na kitu ningependa kuambia vijana wenzangu, tafadhalini, tusifikirie raha, tufikirie maisha mbele vile itakuwa. Manake miaka hairudi nyuma, miaka inazidi kuendelea kupanda, na siku moja mtazeeka na mtakuja kuitwa nyanya ama baba. Tukumbuke, hautabaki kuwa kijana tena maishani, utazeeka. So what I can tell our youth, it's this way: to be active. When you're at home, zoea kuandika kitu. Create something for yourself. Write things, write about your background. Write about what you know, because that's what I always do. But for myself, I'll tell you, I can never write about our politicians, because our politicians, ni watu wenyewe, they smell badly. Hiyo tawaambia ukweli. Wanasiasa wetu na ile maneno hauongea ni wachafu zaidi. Ukifikiri kwamba utachagua mwanasiasa aende akufanyie kazi, ndugu yangu, utangoja mpaka siku ile dunia itaisha. Na ni ukweli wa mambo. Hivyo ni vile kuko. Mimi huwa sifichi, mimi husema kitu ukweli. Vile kuko. We elect the package instead of electing human beings. We elect the smelling package ever to be seen. Na mwisho, ningependa kuambia hivi, youth, I was once upon a time a youth like you. Kutembea nishatembea. I've attended so many meetings. Hii dunia ilinifundisha kitu moja. Mambo ilinifundisha kitu kimoja. There is no day you can go in a foreign country and misbehave. Manake vijana wetu, ile kitu imekuwa ikifanyika, tunaziletewa maiti hapa hivi, ni zile tabia tunapeleka kule mbele. We end up having our children back in the coffins, dead. They cannot talk, they cannot move, and they cannot do anything. Kwa hivyo tumaadvise, when you people are going abroad, especially vijana, tabia zile tuko nazo Kenya, wacha. Chunga kucheza na maisha ya watu kule ndani, and especially playing with people's wives. That's where we meet the death. Thank you.
Thank you, so let's appreciate them. Anto, umesikia, ukienda ng'ambo. Anto, ukienda ng'ambo, hakuna kudandia gari ya takataka, ndio umezoea, si ndio? Mheshimiwa Washira, thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Right now, introducing, naambiwa kwamba in the next 20 minutes, it's an offense kukaa chini, eh? So you have to be upstanding, all of us tusimame. Introducing this powerful team, the Field Marshal, Bands, DJ. Tusonge hadi hapa, eh? Let's occupy this space. Rachel, Mwikali, weka back down, leo tunataka dance.
Let us remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember. Remember not to forget. Let us remember the great freedom fighters. Let us remember the great Mwikali wa Menza, Queen from Giriamaland, Binti Yangu, she who was stolen by the colonial terrorists 1914, taken away from Giriamaland all the way to Gusii land. Queen Mwikali wa Menza, she broke out of prison and walked back to Giriamaland to continue with the liberation of our people. Let us remember not to forget. May we remember to remember. Let us remember 1922, Mama yetu, Muhoni Nyanjiro. She who went to the Central Police Station to demand the release of the freedom fighters. And when the colonialists saw this, they shot her in the heart, and her blood flowed down to the ground, mixing with the soil of our land, germinating the seed of our national struggle, the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, the Mau Mau. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember the great Dedan Kemali Washiuri. Let us remember not to forget. Field Marshal Dedan Kemali Washiuri, him who said it is better to die on our feet than to live on our knees. Let us remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember not to forget. May we remember to remember. Let us remember General Kago. Remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember not to forget Shosho Vito, Shosho Kaniha. She is a freedom fighter of the Mau Mau Kenya Land and Freedom Family. Oyo waga miliona jera, agetwaro isego. Oyo wahotrio, akehoro. No, agedina bere kuroira beyani Vito. May we remember Shosho Vito, Kaniha. Let us remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember Bildad Kagia. Remember not to forget. May we remember Achengoneko. Remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember Pio Gama Pinto. Remember not to forget. May we remember to remember. Let us remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Not to forget. Let us remember to remember. May we remember our heroes. May we give respect to our heroes. May we give respect to our heroines. Let's give respect to our heroes. Remember to remember. May we remember not to forget. Remember Telagat Mutai. Remember not to forget. Remember JM Karaoke. Remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember. Telagat Mutai. Remember not to forget. Let us remember Kipsang Alexander Mugi, Bishop of the people. Remember not to forget. Let us remember to remember. Not to forget. Shujaa Shosho, tunakupenda sana. Tukwendete muno.
Tunawapenda nyote sana. Tunafurahi sana. Mungu awabariki wote. Na asante sana.
Nawega wakanyiha tuweke atia tuweke regeshisho twirorange nago nashana shitu furuli wode shine jamba shitu. For us to start our field marshals session, naomba activists wote waje on stage tufanye wimbo wa mapambano. Nawe goyo washushu tuweke atia tuweke regeshisho twirorange nago nashana shitu furuli wode shine jamba shitu. Nawe gawake mati tuweke atia tuweke regeshisho twirorange nago nashana shitu furuli wode shine jamba shitu. Nawe gawa maumau tuweke atia tuweke regeshisho twirorange nago nashamba shitu furuli wode shine jamba shitu. Nawe gawa maumau tuweke atia tuweke regeshisho twirorange nago nashana shitu furuli wode shine jamba shitu. Nawe gawa activist tuweke atia tuweke regeshisho twirorange nago nashamba shitu furuli wode shine jamba shitu. Viva Kenya, viva! Viva Dandora, viva! Viva Madare, viva! Viva Kisumu, viva! Viva Mombasa, viva! Viva, viva, viva! Viva!
More power to women, more power.
The Field Marshal.
Wimbo ni wa shushu. Asante.
Wanaharakati shujaa wote tunawacelebrate. To celebrate you, all of you, thank you very much. And now the Field Marshal. Tumesema kwamba for 20 minutes no sitting down, right? Oyoko Odhiambo, thank you very much for coming. Viva. Willie Oeba, and then Teardrop, and then Mufasa, and then finally Hand Band. Mashujaa Festival, thanks to Defenders Coalition, thank you very much. Thanks to all the partners.
Are you ready for this? big shout out, Zalendo. There's Mwikali. Wow. There was a doctor ambaye alikuwa ni medical doctor na alikuwa anapenda mapambano sana kupigania nchi ya Kenya, na alimtibu hata shujaa mzalendo Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, na baadaye akaendelea na mapambano. Alikuwa kule ambapo watu walipigania multipartyism. Wakati wa Kenya akashikwa, akafungwa, akawekwa jela, lakini alianzia hapa Nyayo House. Aliaga juzi, Dr. Olel, a great man. So this song is dedicated to Daktari wetu Olel from School Kamondo. Yes, as we do this, nataka to encourage all the artists, especially when we perform mbele yetu hapa. Keep going strong, keep going strong, keep going strong, keep going strong. Watu wetu wanahitaji kuhimizwa every day. Na tusikufe roho. Kina Shosho walianza, wasikia sasa ile miaka ako nayo na anaendelea kuwa strong. Mapinduzi haiji kwa siku moja, lakini lazima tuwe tunasukuma gurudumu na mapambano kila siku. So all the young artists ambao mko hapa, get to learn about your heroes. Get to learn about your heroes. Ndio kidogo hapa na pale usitumiksie home guard tuambie yeye ni hero. Yeye anakuwa sasa ni blanda, lakini kila kitu ni kulana. Because there's no way. There's a way kwamba waliokunyang'anya mashamba ndio mahero. Never mind. Can't work. Yes. This one is called
commercials.
Haya, mtu anasema atufanye ati gani? Mbogi. You know this one. You love this one.
Wapi makofi kwao? Haya. Tusiende, si ndio? Introducing the next artist. Are you ready? Tunaenda na program, si ndio? Tunaenda na program. Githuku and the band will come back kutumalizia, si ndio? Haya, due to public demand. Moja ya mwisho, si ndio? Moja ya mwisho. So, ya mwisho. Kamanda, generali. Kamanda Musheke ndani ya nyumba. So, give me the last one, please.
Tutasonga kwa siasa nzuri.
Frederick Nama, thank you.
Siasa ya ukweli, isiyo ya mauaji. Siasa ya upendo ya kukomboa nchi yetu. Na kwa wale wanaofikiria wanataka kutugandamiza, wazee tulikuwa haramu kijoro. Wachunge sana. Viva wazalendo, viva!
Viva!
Viva Kenya, viva!
Viva!
Kenya mama yangu Kenya! Kenya mama yangu Kenya!
Kenya!
Nirudishie utu wangu Kenya! Simseme, nirudishie utu wangu Kenya!
Nirudishie utu wangu Kenya!
Nirudishie utu wangu Kenya!
Nirudishie utu wangu Kenya!
Nirudishie haki zangu Kenya!
Nirudishie haki zangu Kenya!
Nirudishie haki zangu Kenya!
Nirudishie haki zangu Kenya!
Nirudishie jasho langu Kenya!
Nirudishie jasho langu Kenya!
Nirudishie damu yangu Kenya!
Nirudishie damu yangu
Kenya mama yangu Kenya!
Kenya mama yangu Kenya!
Kenya mama yangu Kenya!
Kenya mama yangu Kenya!
If we lose our fear, if we lose our fear,
we lose our power.
Siasa nzuri.
DJ, shikilia. Introducing Winnie. Winnie, where are you? Winnie, thank you very much for coming. Winnie, you kwamba amesema kwamba tunaendelea kudance, ndio? So Winnie, thank you very much for coming. Asante sana. After Winnie, we're going to have teardrop. Buddha. Sasa ile inakuja on stage ni ile moto zaidi. Are you ready? Are you ready? Aya, Willy, uko tayari? Uko tayari eh? Tupe mambo basi. The microphones, the microphones.
Dole meja. Kuna ndege chapia na nae. Ishia.
Yeah. Ngoja kwanza Okonkwo usikuje saa hizi. Okonkwo ngoja, si ndio? Willy
Mko fiti? Mko poa? Mko fiti? Nataka niwafunze kitu sawa? Design unaifeel? 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 Aje tutaweza wachana nao. Nani wako frontline? Sisi hao. Aje tutaweza? Nani wako frontline? Aje tutaweza? Nani wako frontline? Sisi hao. So waambie hata waandike Nairobi small letters bado ni capital. Waanze biashara ndani ya Nairobi bado inahitaji capital. Utambiaje dem alishika bola akiwa high school education is the key na alishajifungua. Ambia fundi wa saa yeye ndio watchman. Mwanamke is from Majo maana anaitwa woman. Gentleman is synonym ya kuwa human. Unyama is from within you maana wengi wako inhuman. Nauliza kati ya Mola anatupa takataka na wazimu nenda kiokota nani ni insane man. Nasema King Sabon. Hata when prison Morgan bado yeye ndio free man. Guns are fired. It's so ironical police akikwambia freeze man. Mrasa tokose kubaliana na yada kusho. Yes man. So msanii lazima kule jasho yako. Hata uwe na chorus gani aje unahitaji verse man. Give it up for Johnny Saya.
Anything that I could see. Walisema tunithink twice because hakuna second chance in life. No one told me I could shine. No one told me I could lie. Walisema tu it's too high, so if I fell I would die. Ilibidi nijiamini, ilibidi nijione. No one told me I could climb like the stars in the night sky. Walisema tu it's too high, so if I fell I would die.
Skiza. Tulipiga hadi show za 50 bob. Thanks to our fans. Wenye walibabika sana walitoka nje na wakalipa tena. Wenye walibelieve in us waliclap kuongoza kusnap wakakuwa carried away with the moment wakasahau wakaclap tena. Wenye wakubelieve in us bali tumefika pia sahii wanasema ni bahati tena. Sikuzi tunatoa ngoma na kuja kuconsult tunawaambia boss ni this space alafu imbe tena. Tuko na fan press na kwaya na ukimaliza wanadai round 2 tuimbe tena. Sanaa hailipi. Pesa iko mfukoni mwa watu wale wajanja zaidi wanatembea na plastic cash. Fake friends na plastic smiles, straight girls na plastic cars, environment inabeba ufala na plastic bags. Nasema yes we can. Those who don't believe walk around with plastic cans. Apart from coke, makoko mtaani wana coke ma plastic guns. Why journey I've realized losing someone you had is sad. Thinking you lost someone you never had is absurd. Kama nimewakasirisha relax. Juu hata wazimu wakikasirika, yeye hutan man.
No one told you you could be anything that you could see. Walisema do you think twice because hakuna second chance.
Open crocodile tears inahitaji intervention ya kitunguu. Vitu kikwa life zishapoteza meaning, pombe inatumika kutoa lock juu ulishapoteza kifunguu. We will make it in our motherland na reminders nafikiria lazima abroad. Ni kama neno success haina interpretation ya Kiswahili from Kizungu. Pesa ni shetani, but ni chache. Mali natoka, wengi tunaipata kimungu. Jorembo
waseme tulilala na wewe. I have lost your number, but can I have your eye contact? Yani, design wearing chocolate. Ukikufa watakukani pale. This goes out to all the women in the house. Ati wapi? Koinange. These girls cry when they're happy. These girls cry when they're mad. These girls cry when they're scared. Sometimes these girls cry when they're not supposed to. But I will say it for the last time. No girl should miss school because of her menses. Period. Because these girls become mothers. Mothers who give us education awards, some can't even spell. I'm here to tell these girls that it is well. And when they die, all they deserve is the heavens. Because on earth, they have been through so much hell. These girls is you, and you. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the ladies. Aya, nataka kuwafunza kitu sawa. Ati nasikia sauti, nasikia sauti, nasikia sauti, siski, ati sikia sauti, siski, nasikia sauti, sauti ya nani? Sauti ya mama. Hapo
nasikia sauti, nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama, sauti ya mama. Oh, nasikia sauti, nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama, sauti ya mama.
She taught me to be everything that I want to be, but the best thing is to be myself. That I can never have everything, no, the excuse of not having them. That I trust you is a better compliment than I love you, since you'll always trust the ones that you love, but it is not always that you'll trust the ones that you love. You see, my mama never raised voices, she raised the son. So I toast to the mother I have. You see, I use my mama's second name now because she is masculine. has blood pressure, that won't kill her. Her smile is sweeter than diabetes. The mortality of her smile defies the path from dust to dust cause. She's never upset, unlike the soil when you add water. She never turns mad. She's the kind of short people never strain to look up to. Her head is like a funny 6-story building. Because she is smart upstairs. Tribute to Mama.
Dedicated to all mothers. Kuishi maisha duni, binadamu wewe una haki. Ulichagua ufukara, kanivisha matambara, ilitosha kwani ulinipa joto wa mama. Niliishi kwa kushanga, mbona hatukuli nyama, kila siku ugali na mara. Ukaja kunieleza bei ya kupata mala ni ghali kuliko nyama. Mapenzi together sing nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama. Oh, nasikia sauti,
sauti ya nani?
Sauti ya mama.
Dear God, dear God, at times when you bless and inasikia kusema God bless you. Over time ume succeed kunimake happy. I wanna say I'm proud of you. Kuna vitu mozi zime happen kwa life yangu, looking back, that must have been you. To life ni combination ya failure na success. Vitu mozi zilikosa meaning, squeeze me ujimpress, ndo ni smile ama na smile kujimpress. Na dream haikuhitaji do kuinvest, kama ni capital ilihitaji at the beginning of the sentence. Mama, we made it. You had a dream, I was an engineer, now I can make a constructive sentence. Dream ilianzia nuts to nice, I dreamed imefika NB, made motive kuji-express. Ukanishow, akili sio syllable, sad usi-stress, usi-digress, kuwa mdiverse. Wape hata chorus wakidai verse. It's all about the standards wakidai class. You still call the shots, hawezi divert. Chupesa ya kisima waliba and that's the damn truth. Sudden death is viewed kama spoiled goats, that's the sad truth. Hakuna food, shelter, matter, clothing, that's the naked truth. Mayuga wana fair kwenda job interview, politician wekile na kusumbua mafuta ya ndege. That's the plain truth. Life ain't easy, that's the hard truth. It's not about sucking drugs when I create my wasted youth. Inji mashefa wezi afford ile food wana cook. No motivation wanalipo wezi enda piga look. Kill sin to see God, akamtoe taisaje ticket ya heaven and nunui my book. Itakuwaje kreza tajiri ni intellectual, lakini kreza maskini kwa masikio justice ni kelele. Itakuwaje mna believe in me na nicheza kimimi mnashikwa na kiwewe. Itakuwaje unaninyima opportunity ya kupata kazi, lakini kwa klabu nataka nipewe. Na effect ya nguvu ya thao inafika mali nduri ya mnyonge iwezi fika. Ballot box na DSTV zinafika mali disha iwezi fika. Watoto wanalala njaa, jumuli kuja na pesa ya kula na vizuri mnajua pombe iwezi lika. Wanasiasa pia wanadanganya. Si movie peke yake, ni kutriki. Ukisaidia rafiki yako pesa yako, unapoteza rafiki yako na pesa yako. Wonder why you got broken. Na ile hotelenye unaenda ukiwa na manzi yako, ukiwa peke yako, wewe huwezi jipeleka. Unatafuta mapenzi wapi na wewe mwenyewe umeshindwa kujipenda? Kosa chakula, uombe mabese, watakunyima, wanunue, waende online wakutag. Madawa na mabeste zinashindana kukudrag. KPLC wakidhani wamezima stima, hapa ndani kuna wale wako na maplag. Jesus alibetrewa na kiss. Huyu jamaa kwa hapa anajichocha juu alipewa hug. Wajinga nyinyi. You see the difference between today and yesterday is total darkness. When I met this rather hot chick and I was like, can I have your number? She looked at
whole heap of hits. Some of the greatest people left on this straight that you may not say. So free up black people, live up black people. I in a jailhouse to help the black people. Mental shock of the chain me and bring the
what we want us to not get you
black people, live up black people. I in a jailhouse to help the black people. And the mental and the shock of the chain me
all racists are colorblind, including all the women that I date. You see, they see I'm black but still want to see my true colors. But today I will teach you all the art of color. You see this is black, but this is white. Out I'm dark but in I'm bright. You call me dark skin, but I am lightweight. My tongue is heavy, so my words don't come out lightly. They discriminate me because of my skin tone. Now that I speak the truth, they even hate my voice tone. Even these short people look down upon me. I wonder how tall are the things they look up to. But our grandparents were also sleeping at the same time, and Martin Luther had a dream. But their dreams were carried away by bed bugs. So talk, Mike, talk. Tell them the inscription labeled 23 on sweatshirts and stickers isn't just a number, it is a toast to greatness. Let them know that you can dunk the ball higher than the rim is. When you fall, the only thing you're afraid of is gravity, but it doesn't hold you from coming back up. Tell them the inscription labeled 23 is just a number, it is a toast to greatness. Because this piece is that Muhammad Ali fight. This piece is that fight that Muhammad Ali refused to fight on grounds, fighting that black man who not boxing the actual sense of racism. He needed a fight bigger than the four corners of that boxing ring. Yes, this is that Remington 30-06 bullet killer that dropped Luther but couldn't contain his dream to fruition. So this piece is like 1,000 words. The caption of the cutter couldn't get. So I'm a slave with an empire state of mind, which makes me a king to some. Now the intensity of this piece has made me change my name from William, because now I am done. Hey, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, hey, Barack Obama,
Bill Clinton. I want you to think about. I hold you there. I'm gonna get it. People like a Kanye straight out of Medellin. So free up black people, and live up black people. I in a jailhouse, I'm off the black people. Mental shackle and chain, and I bring the black people. Free up black people, and live up black people. I in a jailhouse, I'm off the black people, and the mental and the shackle. Black people, I said I'm black man. I said I'm black man.
Sikiza, hata kama Uhuru walienda, kuna point hapa. Uhuru si individual, ni regime. Uhuru ni cops wote wamemess dignity na self-esteem. Uhuru ni stray bullets zote zimekill a living dream. Uhuru ni all the vices, all the extrajudicial cases, all the contempt of court instances. Kama hii piece, I hope itaisha. Your design, sawa? It's okay, mama. Now you say, mama, keeping strong, mama. This is for you, mama. Mama, we made it. Sema, mama, we made it. Mama. It's okay, mama. Now you say, mama, keeping strong, mama. This is for you, mama. Mama, we made it. Auntie, mama, we. Hey, it's okay, mama. Now you say, mama, keeping strong, mama. This is for you, mama. Mama, we made it. Auntie, mama. Tuendelee ama tuendelee. Tuendelee ama tuendelee. Tuendelee ama tuendelee. Tuendelee ama. Nina beat kwa pili, nina glance ya kustili, wako frontline. Sisi hao, nani wako frontline? Sisi hao. Ati akili sio syllable sana, usi stress, usi digress, kuwa mdiverse. Wape hata chorus wakidivers. It's all about the standards wakidai class. You still call the shots, always divert. They accuse you of greatness, genuine battery. You're guilty as charged, always divert. Now that you have wings to fly, speak plain English. You wanna cheat on success, then kiss me, I'm Irish. Nasema fly, eagle fly. Hata makanjo mtaani unajua no hawking. Hip hop kwa biti ya chakacha na mafano na dai. Whoever you're still rocking. Tunapop out design ya popcorn. Hata Vatican inajua apart from John Paul, someone else is popping. Yeah.
I said a black man never die. I said a black man must
Yeah, show some love for William. Mr. DJ, ngoja. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Wapi kelele ya Mathare wewe? Wapi kelele ya Kibera wewe? Wapi kelele ya Mukuru wewe? Wapi kelele ya Dadora wewe? Ni wapi nimesahau? Wapi kelele ya Mbakasi wewe? So right about now, watu wangu wa Kisumu, wapi kelele ya Kisumu? Wapi kelele ya Korogosho wewe? So tunajibamba, si ndio meanwhile? Tunajibamba. So happy Mashujaa kila mtu, si ndio? I go by the name of MC Slim aka the Slim Effect. Meanwhile, Mr. DJ, tuone kazi. Tuone basi. Ati nini? Diwane, si ndio? Mashujaa Festival live and direct, Alliance Française. You got money from Kisumu. Tetema. Oh mama. Oh mama. Naona Madam Gloria pia amenaice yake yote. Wacha tukulea mwisho, si ndio? So, it's okay. Hi, I'm about to introduce the next act on stage. Hey, shikilia. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Before tuendelee, nataka kuintroduce muzito mmoja hapa, si ndio? All the way from Islando. Mimi nilicheza hiyo ngoma before ni introduce. Due to public demand, hii ni ngoma ya mwisho. Alafu we introduce the next act on stage, si ndio? Aya, Mr. DJ, tuende. Wanataka ile uko umetoa. Haya, twende. Haya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Tafadhali. Mimi alikuwa umeacha bagi yako kwa kiti. Tafadhali chunga bagi yako. Sawa? Magudi zenye umebeba at the end of the day, si ndio? Jamani beste yangu, Mr. DJ shikilia. Jamaa tumetoka naye mbali. Ana represent 2930. 2930. Hii ni Badari Rock, si ndio? Jamaa ameperform on the biggest stage around the world, si ndio? All the way from Islando. Introducing next on stage. Wapi Kelea. Teardrums. na wengine ni zero. Jesus wept, teardrops wakaflow, nikufa ndio niishi, fast niliishi forever, privilege ya humanity. Ukiwekelea mkono unajua utaungua, mimi ni mtoto wa jua. Nikisema one take unasema one two, mic check one two. Nikisema one two unasema mic check, mic check one two. Nikisema one two unasema mic check, mic check one two. Na nikisema one two unasema mic check, mic check mic check one two. Na nikisema mic check unasema one two, mic check one two. Kanyagia amesema naongea sana kwa dakika moja, aseme kitu alafu tuendelee na show, sio? Kwa
kuachana na kazi. Niko na Arif, hawezi kosa bangi. Kasi na do muenda kwake kula bangi. Kani kona show yendo huletanga bangi after bangi. Ukiamka kwenda church huamka kuvuta bangi. Mimi nachapa kazi kushinda hata mati yangi. Mimi napenda hani kwanza ikiwa na kibangi. Napenda my honey yani utamu na sukari. Ni ya Mashujaa daddy, nataka sugar mami. Bora ako na watoi wanapenda bangi. Bora ako na account aweza toa kazi nyingi pasa kazi.
Vijana wanashinda ukiangalia saa jote, anytime unafaa kuwa umekaa masaa. Future ni bright even though their past na kama kaa. Natoka kwa ile side nyingine ya tunnel yenye failure ni to disown, umaskini ni tukataa, tutadedi ma superstar. Hii ni story ya Lion King yenye sasa inasemwa na mtoto wa Scar. devotion. Revolution itaanza na sisi kutoka bwana na rangi na glass na wakiweusi watajivunia kujipaka kili kama lotion. Revolution itaanza na sisi, mimi na wewe. Revolution itaanza na kuku kilichoshikwa na mtu wake akiwa adopted na mwewe. Revolution itaanza na mapoet. Revolution itaanza na madansa dance songs of Lawino. Revolution itaanza na music, chants na slogans kama a people united shall never be defeated. Revolution itaanza na Kamau na Telimo wakioana la kutoa wanaitwa Awino. Kuna kitu moja nimekuwa nikibelieve in philosophy. Shukran kwa hiyo village. Tufunge kama likizo, wengine waingie. Masani machache. Na tuko na mengi ya kufanya. Haya, sasa tumepata attention yenu kwa kifoja na kwenye display letu jua. Amkuwa mko na mnanipatia satini sana. Na kupenda pia mrembo. Haya, iko hivi. Corruption huanza na watu kujua. Sijui zile vitu unajua. Kama kutaka kuruka line tu kuna mtu unajua. Kama watu wenye wanajua vitu kutofanya vitu wanajua tu kuna mtu wanajua. Najitambua tunatembea na ule mwenye in the beginning alisema let there be light na kukawa. Na akisema let there be not unaweza kusakuwa na hiyo unajua. Watu hawafai kudefined na vitu. Sijui kama unajua. Destruction huanza na watu kuignore vitu. Sasa I hope unajua. Zile gold, silver na diamond zenye zimejaza palace ya king na crown ya queen ni mzito na mtazamana kuliko zile zenye kila kichogo na kimbilia na mnajua. Watu hawana chakula ilhali ya wengine tunazo zao zimeenda hadi lunch na mnajua. Nilifukuzwa kwa class kwa kuuliza swali na confidence. Mwalimu, kama shida ni akili, mbona makalio face the consequence? Uni yule kijana, kama ni ukabila, natoka kwa 42 tribes of Judah. Ni yule kijana mwenye kupatia God hiccups, because every time nikipray, usually meditation. So kama alijui, lazima nikumpea hiccups. By the time namalizana nyingi, atakuwa ananijua. Siwezi ingiza baridi, mimi ni mtoto wa jua. Next time ndakuja bila sweta, mimi ni mtoto wa jua. Siogopi kugiza, mimi ni mtoto wa jua. Wewe ni mtoto wa jua. Children of the light is vipi? Watoto wangu we. Watoto wangu we. Watoto wangu we. Watoto wangu we. Mheshimiwa, usiniingie kitambi yako moja, stop yangu iko nazo 8. Na hata korobo yangu iko na moja, but you bring to the light. Nairobi mzima mabazi imejaa. I wonder kama Turkana kuna baa kama iko ni moja ni baa na njaa. Na siringi ni vile mwalimu wangu wa high school ananiambia drops take notes, that's why stumiagi mashilingi. I make them hold their breath like asthma. Kwa nyumba sina 24-inch TV screen. Kwa blood yangu ukiscreen utapata ni na plasma. Kwangu sina LG but still life is good. Lyrically mimi ni mchafu na omu inajua that is good. Ndio maana overall ndo za watu kasisi. White collar jobs tumiache makunguru na makasisi. Hatuwezi kwa tunaishi kwa dunia yenye wachache kuna mingi na wengi wako na machache. Niko na wingi kwa chache. You're timeless. Tumespenda hapa ni timeless. Nimejua hii life ni drama. Kiswahili na English ni grammar. But shame ndio lugha ya mama. Na ukidhani ni wazimu, like father, like son, then God must be crazy. Shukran sana kwa sababu. Kila pokashago pande nyingine. Kila pokashago wewe before the shoot. Kila pokashago. Kila fudan rusto hapa. Kila for the pianist pale. What is this? This is agenda. Ako in this. Kila for yourselves. Mande. Ndio makofi mtajipea. Wewe tutatengeneza na kwa maandamano zote lazima tutatengeneza. Bila muhimu. Amazing. I go by the name Teardrops on social media. Follow me for Teardrops Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Same thing as Kashago, Kidumu, Ndam Percussionist. Baraka mingi kwenye.
Show some love for boy Teardrops. Hey. Talent made in this land, sindio? Meanwhile, wakati wako tayari for Hug the Band. Wapi kelele Hug the Band? But right about now, tukaribia, sindio? Right about now, umjamani mnoma. Lakini Mr. DJ, tupatie kitu tukimeditate. Haya, watu wangu waweza, tuende basi. Nakuona na Haida. From the top, Lego. Mr. Director, nakucheki. Yeah. Are you ready for the next act on stage? Are you ready? Kama uko ready unasema woza, woza, woza. So some love for the one and only Mufasa. But he's a man without a job. I want to welcome Lucas on stage. Give it up for Lucas! Give it up for Ashley! Maluka on the bass! John on the drums! Sam on the trumpet! Tony on the keys! Are you ready? Let's go.
I'm knocking on the doors of freedom.
myself. And poetry is the surgery that keeps saving me. I stay writing, so I don't need a comeback form. This is my drug. I trust it. I've seen drugs drug people to places they couldn't come back from. I have left Earth every time I have performed. Proof that I cannot always be grounded. I'm not the reason my mother is a grandmother. I'm the man who breaks chances by their spine until they can't take me anywhere. I know more about vapor than just the science taught me in school. I have taken friendships to a boiling point and watched them evaporate. To ask those videos that I've seen people with hands that couldn't stop shaking. I've heard the noises of solid voices, singing and uprising. That's why I don't freestyle. My voice is not light, it is weighty. I can't freestyle, my tongue is heavy. Not how they make jokes about my high notes, but seriously, these voices open doors and pocket walls. I wrote this in the kitchen because I'm a chef. I cook metaphors. I serve puns intense, and that's intended. Before Jesus comes on the shortcoming of bread. Before there's the last airbender, I mastered the Tai Chi. This is Kung Fu. I kick fools. Holy speaking, I'm stripped in a body. I body poets with my draft in a heartbeat. My heart beats to voice the testament of my future, swelling like an old Bible. I'm not Moses with the staff. I'm a God poet with the pen. I can make toxic relationships sound beautiful. I'm the magician with the pen. Oozing words that dance like magic might be my name. But if only my thoughts could shape my reality, I would free the consciousness of this country from political prison. It's a country for old men because they're sleeping in our youth. If only I could stop writing poems and use my pen to color the clouds of citizen satisfaction to darkness, maybe do brain revolution. Maybe light can only come after darkness. Maybe only mind revolutions can birth suffers revolutions. A poet's birth means nothing if police brutality is immortal. Sometimes when I write and I aim right, I leave pages smelling like gunpowder. They say that's how you kill a poem, except my boys are dying for real, no imagery, no dramatic effect. It's the drama that affects our nation. Are we ready? Ashley, Lucas, everybody, let's go.
Freedom.
join me on stage. Melissa Atieno, don't join me now. Karibu Gloria. Commissioner George Morada, are you around? Mko tayari? Nikikutazama. Sawa, kushinda. Maniwe. Karibu Gloria.
Asante. Mashujaa wote hoye! Hoye! Safety of human rights defenders. Sawa. And this is one of the things. Wellness of human rights defenders. We are here together defenders looking at our wellness. Which is why, unfortunately,
si hata mjifanya mjawaona, si hata mjifanye tu, si mjifanye tu mjawaona. Mashujaa wewe! Gloria is still talking.
Amjawaona sio? Ni mimi niko stage. Ninashuka tu sahi. So our rallying call to all of us as human rights defenders, as citizens of Kenya, is to support Defenders Coalition to build a home that human rights defenders will call their own home. So that is why today we have been paying tickets for this noble cause. All the monies that people have paid for the tickets will go towards a worthy cause, building a home, a wellness center for human rights defenders. Na kama uliingia free, tafadhali chukua simu yako sahi, enda kwa paybill. Paybill number ni 810-896. Alafu account number andika Mashujaa Love Concert. Tuma anything. We want to ensure that we take care of human rights defenders across the country. And I know I will not have an opportunity to come back here again. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for everybody who turned up. Thank you for coming to celebrate our heroes. Thank you. We celebrate you. You are our Mashujaas and you will forever be our Mashujaas. Asanteni sana.
Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Kiduku wanarudi on stage, si ndio? We want to dance mpaka jioni. But right now, DJ, are you ready? Press play, twende.
Wanasema ni Mashujaa concert. Beba bembeleza wewe Nairobi. Wale wa miondoko. Watu wa miondoko wako wapi sioni? Selector.
miondoko, hey. They call me MC Skuma in the meantime, eh? Up in Kenya na kucheki, big up yourself. Woza. Selecta beba wewe. Oh. Mashujaa concert. Shida hiyo jina. Atelions nini? Yaani nakwambia ni mashujaa. Nakwambia ni mashujaa. Alafu shida ndiyo jina. Mashujaa concert ndani ya nini? Alliance. Beba bebeleza selection nini? Anaitwa Mr. Kaysan mwenyewe. Big up yourself out of Mukulu. Malio Ibrahim, big up yourself. Nakucheki mama. Unajiita baby girl kweli? Unajiita baby girl? I'm sorry. With Prime, I can't get enough with Prime. I can't get enough. I can't get enough with Mashujaa concerts. Emotional. See, I see helicopter, look down cruise. I'll check. Weka dance wewe. Please. Weka dance kidogo wewe. Ona toka hivyo. Alafu na hivyo baby girl wewe. Aya. Hey. Oh my God. All the ladies in the building, big up yourself, eh? I say what? I could never. Oh. I say. Wala miondoko siwaoni wana. Just sit and big up yourself. Wait. Oh. Wala Kayole, big up yourself. Big up Kayole, just sit down. Alafu siwezi sawa nyumbani. Watu wa Mukulu kwa jenga, big up yourself, eh? Wewe, Mukulu Community Justice Center. Tell me. Weka dance. Big up to everybody. Mwenye mfanya shughuli ya leo kwa fiti, eh? Defenders Coalition. Big up yourself. I say, I pack my belongings. Hey.
Aya DJ, shikilia. Commissioner John Morana, where are you? Please join me on stage. Tuko na serikali sasa, eh? George. George, this side. Chini, sindio? Shikilia DJ. Hey. Go home. of the most powerful guys about for now Joy Morara, karibu tafadhali.
You know, when I hear Toothbrush saying that he's introducing the most powerful person, I wonder who he's talking about. Because if I was such a powerful person, he would not be introducing me. You would have known me already. But let me tell you something. Guys, I don't want to be the one blocking your entertainment. I have not come here to give speeches. But what I want to do is just give us own personal testimony, because after all, we have been told that we are in an era whereby, hello. I like that. You know, we've been told that whoever won the election, they did so because of God. We've been told so many things. But I just want to tell you one thing. Allow me to tell you one thing. When I came here, I was wearing this mask. And I could barely talk. But now, when I leave this stage, I will throw this mask away. And the reason I'm throwing this mask away is because I came here with a terrible cold, but you guys here are better than Prophet Owu's crowd. I got here and I'm here because there is power in human rights defenders. Can I hear Viva Comrades Viva? Can I hear Viva Comrades Viva? There is power in the blood born of the comrades. When I came here, I couldn't talk, but let me not actually make a speech. What I'm going to say on behalf of the Defenders Coalition is to really thank you, to appreciate you, to say asanteni sana for making time to come here this evening. It is events like this that make the coalition strong. It is events like this that make us get the resources to do what we do. And when we get resources this way, it builds our own dignity, because as a people, we are supporting a cause we believe in. We don't take this for granted. We thank you for coming out. We continue encouraging you guys. Hapa pale nyuma enda muwake, kuna pombe pale hivi, please promote the coalition by buying some goods. There's some merchandise there. I know God has already told you about climbing the mountain. Let us do this together because we can do it. We can talk about bottom up in politics, we talk about bottom up in human rights. And this is how we do it. This is how we do it. This is our bottom up. So please guys, I really want to appreciate you and to thank you for being here. Tuendelee kuwaka, asanteni sana kwa niaba ya Board of Trustees. We love you. Human rights defenders, bless you. And let's keep doing what you do best. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamarati. Thank you, Comrade DJ. Sound. Someone. And now, comment the Iowa. Comment the what? The Iowa. We want to introduce this powerful team. Are you ready for? The guitar?
you know it, sing along. Walisema mapenzi ni kikozi, hawakukosea, mapenzi hayafichiki. Yeah, yeah. Nami baby niko hapa nasaka riziki. Yeah. Natafuta sukuma. Naogopa mapenzi.
Cheza kama wewe. Tuko kazi yetu, cheza kama wewe.
Haya basi. Mashujaa mko tayari? Mashujaa kwanza. Hey. Are you ready? Are you ready? Kitendawili. Siwasikii kitendawili.
kuna mademo mashisha kweli? Ama na mademo mashujaa? Hapa kuna mtu amesikiza album yetu mpya Party Time. Yeah? Kama jirani hajasikiza, mwambie it's party time. Mwambie it's party time. So nikisema what time is it? Mnasema it's party time, sawa? What time is it? It's party time. What time is it? Party time. Funza kitu.
Yeah, one time. Check it out. Hey, sitaki ma pressure. Aniko busy kila siku saka pesa. Kwa mitasi unajua tunatesa. Additional with the African nature. Yeah, check it. Sitaki ma pressure. Aniko busy kila siku saka pesa. Kwa mitasi unajua tunatesa. Additional with the African nature. Turn up. Sitaki ma pressure, aniko busy kila siku saka pesa. I said tomorrow is another day. As the clock keeps ticking away, time is so precious. One man can satisfy her. She needs more to the fire. Oh God. A sex price getting higher. Some more money she require. I'll score she desire. So from the presentation she will retire. I said I bless my room when I wake up in the morning. So say I pray and I'll be okay. Now don't you get lazy, you better stop. I forgot never go astray. Now that you got your protection, at least on your attention is watching over you all day. Get to you better, get ready, you better pray. Yeah. Only you alone can quench this matter. Oh God, oh God, tell me. Oh God, all the pain is getting worse. It's getting worse. Jerusalem, here again.
To all the legends, baraka sana kwa.
Tuendelee tuache, ndio tumeanza. Hata tumewasalimia leo kweli. Tumewasalimia kweli.
Ladies hi. Amazing.
Oh my goodness. So we had the band chance to the band. Tunafurahi sana kwa hapa. It's been a minute. Na bado vibes ziko the same, si ndio? Yaani kwa tucheze mpaka kesho nini? Hadi kesho nini? Si ndio? My goodness. This one is for the dreamers in the house. Wajua yani dream sio maziwa, so hata ilale siku ngapi haiwezi ganda. Keep on dreaming, keep on believing. At the band, each other's way to the band, to the cast.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. wache pole kwa Messi atojitolea iwezi. So niambieni kasi madrima walionaje mapenzi na unapimaje wazimu. Ujue dream yangu ni crazy. Just needed someone to believe in me. Living to be more than just another boring eulogy. Siwezi toka bila kuacha china. You remember me. My name will live forever. May your memories together be as nice as sunny weather days. Like your energy. People and I'm proud of me. So meaning that your legacy, mama. Msikuwe na wasiwasi. Narudia tena, msikuwe na nini? Wasiwasi. Tuko wapi? Tuko hapa. Leo ni siku ya mashujaa mazee. Jipigeni kwanza makofi leo. Listen. Tuko live na Keynote ndio. It's your birthday. Yeah. Happy birthday to you. Many more blessings and nini mnasemanga? And glory and money. Happy birthday to you. Blessings, more money, more life. Wapi ndugu yake? Always have a good sex, eh? Maisha yako ni mrefu sana uko na sex mbaya kwa maisha tafadhali. Yaani inaweza kuwa men. Twende kazi mara hapana haribu. Somebody say boo!
Thank you guys for supporting. Tunashukuru sana.
Narudia tena, msikuwe na wasiwa. Msikuwe na wasiwa.
Wasiwasi.
We got you.
Yeah. See what? Tuzi. Wana Bakari. Bakari ulisemaje?
Tusidanganyane. Tusifanye nini?
Tusidanganyane.
Siwasikii, ati tusifanye nini?
Tusidanganyane.
Tusidanganyane. Ati tangu niwache mimi sitakuwa nikikula. Ati mimi sitakuwa nikilala.
Uongo.
Ati mimi sitakuwa nikienda mpaka choo.
Bakari hunyi.
Sini.
Sini. Yaani wewe hunyi.
Nanya.
Wanywa hunyi.
Jani kweli kama ni kukula, mimi nakula tena sana. Ati kama ni kulala, mimi nalala tena sana. Ati kama ni choo mimi naenda kwenda simplex ni wapi zigenda.
Wasema yani wanya.
But on the real though, mbingu na nchi za testify vile mimi nilikupenda. Vile mimi sacrifice kila kitu nilikuwa nayo ndio upate kile unapenda. Kwa hivyo kama umeona kwenda, kama umeona kwenda, kama umeona kwenda, wenda. Na mkimwona mwambieni bado nampenda si.
Ukiachwa
hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Kwa ukiachwa kwanza unatuma message 36. Na please call me anapata 42. Umempigia? Ukimpigia miss call ni 36.
Yaani kitu nataka kusema nini? Mwame nampenda, roho ya mtamani bado nampenda.
Si ndio? Hapana. Msikuwe toxic. Hapana. Hapana. Haya. Mashujaa. Msikuwe na wasiwasi. Leo tuko hapa. Si leo ni holiday. Na Monday si kama leo. Alafu.
Mumambo msiwe na haraka, si ndio? Muna haraka ni kama watu wanaoga nje. Tulia, si ndio? Defenders Coalition, please for 2 minutes tunaendelea na show. Show haishi saa hizi, eh? Defenders, where are you? Gloria and your team, haraka kama mko ready. Gloria and your team. Ndio wamefika. Giduko and your team, tunamaliza show. Bado. Gloria and your team, speedy. Gloria. Ati yuko? Staff wa defenders ni wote?
But unfortunately I've had to. All staff of Defenders Coalition, please come up. All staff. Peter, Nyakio, Brandon, Solo, Sengwer, Ahmed, are we all here? Emma.
Yes.
Kimbieni stage tafadhali. Okay. Now, Irene, please run to the stage.
Teke Gloria, tusishukishe morale, si ndio?
Dakika moja tu. So, I really wanted us to say a big Peter, where are you?
Peter yuko hapa, tuendelee.
Okay, I really wanted us to say a big thank you to the people who have been behind the successful Mashujaa Festival today. And it is this team that is here. It has not been Gloria alone. It has been this whole team. And in absentia, our executive director, Kamau Ngugi, who passes his love and says that he celebrates all Mashujaas of the day. Thank you so much. I have ensured that I've called all the people who have been behind it, just for you to see the faces who have been behind ensuring the successful implementation of the Mashujaa Day. And one last person that I must acknowledge is Boniface Mwangi. Bonnie, we love you wherever you are. Thank you so much for all the love. Ayuko, for all the love that you have given us. We thank you. At the band, asanteni sana. The house is down because of you. Thank you so much.
Makofi kwa wanaposhuka tafadhali.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hand the band. Tafadhali, poleni sana. Tunaendelea, Watu wapige simu nyumbani, hatuendi home saa hizi, Tuko hapa mpaka kesho morning.
Commercial break. We have kama mgongo.
Lazima msanii akunywe maji. Nataka tunyongwe na mata, si ndio? Hatuweze kubali. All right. Give it up for Mr. Ogaka on the bass. Let's go.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
mmebadili mipango.
Wanafanya nini?
Biashara sasa mwafanya usiku.
Biashara gani?
Kila kitu sasa mwafanya usiku.
Jamani.
Ninashangaa. Na babu yangu kweli zuba utapata mwanasi wako. Na babu yangu kweli zuba utapata. Sema tena. Na babu yangu kweli zuba utapata mwanasi wako. Na babu yangu kweli zuba utapata mwanasi wako. Maijabe, unametameta, utakunywa nini? Wale nimeleta, hanyako, hiyo teke imeweza. Ukizuna, aje, yenge, unatetemeza, ateteni. Aje, shenge, unatetemesa. He's an awesome God. I'm in me such an awesome song. Say what? And I'm never lonely. I'm in me such an awesome love. He's an awesome God. And I wanna tell it to the world. Ili wajue ni wewe. Kama si wewe basi nani? Ni wewe utaprovide. Moyoni zinanijaza wewe, ila nitakuwa fine. El Shaddai, uko na kile ninadai. Umenipenda kama misifa. El Shaddai, uko na kile ninadai. Umenipenda kama misifa. El Shaddai, El Shaddai. And every day is an awesome day. Na vile unanibariki hata mimi sielewi. And every day you come through in an awesome way. Kwenye dhiki nimepata rafiki wa kweli. Kaloni na hali karibia usema ni wewe utaprovide. Nina mahali natamani kulipea mpenzi, sote tutakuwa fine. Na madaktari wanasema hali sio hali, wewe unajua tani. I will call you El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Uko na kile ninadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifa. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Uko na kile ninadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifa. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Uko na kile ninadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifa. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai. Uko na kile ninadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifa. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai.
change. Dear Lord, grant me the courage to change the things I know I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And if you know this song, nataka tuimbe pamoja tukimalizia, si ndio? Say what? Ate.
El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai.
Ate na nisema.
El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai.
Tena nisema.
El Shaddai, El Shaddai, El Shaddai, uko na kile minadai, ulinipenda hata kama misifai. El Shaddai, El Shaddai,
tafadhali. Wapi makofi? Thank you very much at the back. Hiyo ni noma, si ndio? So tunamaliza na anthem. Giduku, where are you? Giduku and activists wote ambao tuko around. Tunamaliza na wimbo wetu wa mapambano and then tumalizie, si ndio? Giduku, where are you? I've seen Giduku somewhere. Hawezi. Kau kwa hapa hawezi. Ati? Warudi home mwende ho. Warudi. Sawa. Giduku, where are you? Giduku is coming. Tumaliza na wimbo wetu wa mapambano, eh? Activists wote, where are we? Tuko wapi? Tupande stage tumalize, eh? Activists tupande stage tumalize. Wimbo wa mapambano tumalize and then we go home. Wimbo wa mapambano tuingie. Petit. Tuko wapi? Davis, Jemo. Jemo kuja tuimbe. Sawa, yeye inakuja after size after 10 minutes, eh? DJ Buku za
make sure she can't shake hands. Smile upon the face, but no she please with this eye. She coming around with it, I'm
Sasa, ngoja. Ili tusikizane kwanza. Tukishaimba wimbo mapambano mnatupatia miondoko ya 15 minutes, ndio? Kwa sababu miondoko kupigwa na kupokonywa maisha hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakua uhuru wetu na haki ya jasho letu tumekataa kupiga magoti mbele ya hawa wauaji. Bila shaka sisi pia ni watu, hali ya utumwa tumeikataa, hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Tutanyakua mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru wetu, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu. Sisi hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki tena mauaji, ili kupetuliangushe haki na uhuru.